This sitting is resumed. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee.
The question is that the Speaker do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This House is now in Standing Finance Committee. We resume with Head 39, Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, and 89, and Commerce. John, you're still speaking, right? You're still speaking. You're still speaking? I had you down from yesterday, no? We continue with the Honourable Member from Christchurch, West Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Minister, and your team. Pleasant good afternoon to you. I want to thank you, Minister, for giving Barbadians, especially the young people, not only in Christchurch, West Central, but across Barbados, to be given that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to not only own their own businesses in this country, but to have a tangible stake in little Barbados as we know it. You have made a tremendous difference to the lives of young people, enfranchising them in a special way in Barbados. An opportunity that never before, an opportunity that they could only have dreamed for. And to that, Minister, I want to tell you today that I want to pay homage to you and your entire team for your job well done. I want to say today that this is only on part to what happened with free education in this country. What you are doing in terms of the trust loan, in terms of empowering young people and giving them the opportunity to be true and firm statesmen. I want to thank you, Minister, and the entire Christchurch. I'm not only speaking for the epicenter, but the entire Christchurch want to say to you today, they have asked me to vocalize on their behalf and to say thank you, Minister, for leading them in this new opportunity and this new frontier in terms of developing their business and giving them that opportunity. Years ago, Minister, there was a trust to have the persons in the condiment industry forming clusters and groups so that they could capitalize on orders in bulk and so that they would form these, we call the cooperatives as we know it, and groups so that they could improve their businesses, improve their training capacity. I want to ask you a question, Minister. What and how do you see the trust loan being involved in creating these clusters so that they can capitalize on trade opportunities and to capitalize on ordering in bulk and to forming those cohesions that are required in order for businesses to be successful and to form their own market spaces and things. So I want you to explain to us what you are doing in terms of forming these clusters and the trust loans, and how you see this new dimension going forward in terms of helping Barbadians to understand that if they work hand in glove, that they can achieve beyond the stars as we know it.
Minister, thank you. And I assure the members of the ministry, and particularly the general manager of the trust loan, the staff, who I'm told are tuned in, and the chairman of the trust loan who's sitting next to me, heard your congratulations, words of congratulations to the team. But Minister and member for Christchurch West Central, similar to your building out the youth farm and doing good work with the young people to give them an opportunity. And that speaks, Minister, to the whole aspect of growth in this economy, not by the trickle-down effect, but from the bottom up. And whereas the trust loan speaks to up to $5,000 in loans, we have within the ministry the cooperatives department that I spoke about that can give you the reach and the economies of scales in your grouping as you seek to leverage your product offering overseas, regionally and extra-regionally. And I go there before I talk about the clusters, because the member for St. Philip West, I think it was in 2018, during his absence, he asked me to speak on his behalf at one of the soccer events, the launch of the Basement Soccer competition. And during that occasion, back in 2018, members from the industry, the cultural industry, promoters, came to me and they said, you know what, we need to form a cooperative to leverage our reach, not only regional, but extra-regional. And sometime after, and I guess it is the mission of this government, because bilateral agreements were indeed formed with Kenya and Ghana, and we had the minister journeying to those territories. I think to Ghana, it was to form and deepen relations in the area of the creative and cultural industries. And the whole aspect of the formation of the cooperatives speaks volume in terms of giving those small businesses the reach to go beyond the 166 square miles. But clusters, Minister and member for Christchurch West, we recognize within our manifesto some of the businesses, even though we give them the $5,000 or up to $5,000, and even up to $10,000 if they go to fund access, some of these businesses lack what it takes to sustain them as going concerns. And when we speak about clusters, we speak about both geographical clusters and community clusters, whereby we utilize the hand-holding approach within the various communities, and we rely on some of the mentors, those persons who would have gone through the hornpipe and the challenges and the obstacles with respect to their businesses, but at the end of it all, they came out successful. And we want to use the community approach to clusters to allow persons within the communities to mentor some of these businesses, whether in the apparel industry, in the cultural industry, in the renewable energy industry. But you recognize that some of these businesses are in their embryonic stage. And when we use the cluster approach, that is one of the avenues through which we will build up businesses through the communities. So, member for Christchurch West, this ministry, West Central, sorry, I said the member for Christchurch West because he's still lingering in my mind. He asked me about 8 questions yesterday, but no problem. We are focusing holistically on building up clusters within the communities with a view to help our businesses continue as a going concerns. I spoke yesterday with respect to some single practitioners are coming to the Office of Supervisory of Insolvency filing for bankruptcy. And it is simple, they're not bankrupt, but they're not they have not been able to manage the state of affairs as it relates to prudent financial management. So yes, we are utilizing clusters, and it is one of the policy initiatives by our government and indeed by our ministry that you'll see roll out formally in the year 2020-2021.
Thank you. I also want to say that the blockpreneurs are telling you, sing your praises as well for giving the opportunity to have these loans so they could augment their businesses. My next question to you, Minister, is that I speak also on behalf, because it is a special passion of mine to speak on behalf of the disabled community in this country, those with special challenges. And I want to ask you, what is your ministry doing in order to facilitate business and enfranchisement for those disabled persons? We have about 30,000 persons who are disabled. And we are saying that they must have a tangible stake in Barbados. What are the training programs being put on by your ministry to ensure that they have an opportunity to be small businessmen in their own right? And I want you to expound on what is being done for the disabled community and how you see the disabled community as being an important cog in your ministry and the drive behind businesses in this country.
Thank you, Minister and Member for Christchurch West again. This government, West Central, this government prides itself and its policies on one where no one will be left behind. And indeed, Minister, I go back to November the 5th, and as articulated in the manifesto, we recognize that people with disabilities are indeed people who can carry on business just like any other person who would have been to any of the older secondary schools or the newer secondary schools. And we said in our manifesto that we will provide some space in terms of utilizing the people with disabilities for procurement and indeed to build out the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector. I think it is for jobs value less than $200,000. Now, and that is articulated in our manifesto. I didn't speak verbatim, but you can find the page. I think it's page 17 of the manifesto. Minister, on November the 5th, when we launched the Trust Loan Fund, when we opened the unit, the first person that received a trust loan was a person with disability. And I had Minister at the time, and the Prime Minister, the acting Prime Minister, the substantive Prime Minister was out the island away on duty. I had the acting Prime Minister, the member for St. Andrew, and he was there along with some other members of the cabinet. And I can report that as at February the 26th, we have thus far disbursed 25 loans valued at over $100,000 to people with disability, to persons with disability. And it speaks to our mandate as a government. We will not leave anyone behind. Persons with disabilities, indeed, during Disability Week, I journeyed to Norman Center and I visited that area that was allocated for persons with disabilities to ply their trade. And if you want to see good art and craft, you visit those persons with disability who are very good with their hands. And I say to you, the doors are open at the Trust Loan. The doors are open at Fund Access. And I know that the doors are open at the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited, that we will provide not only funding, but the training opportunities for those persons with disability. We have a cadre of business persons who have trained in dealing with people with disability. And we have already contacted persons as we seek to build out the Financial Literacy Bureau within the year this financial year coming 2020 to 2021, we have already identified persons who can provide the necessary training and the coaching for those businesses, persons who have disabilities. So this government is focusing on not leaving anyone behind at all. And that is our primary focus, that persons with disability, whether young, old, whatever, are part of the ecosystem that we seek to build out within the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector.
I just wanted to reiterate to you and sing your praises on behalf of one of my constituents by the name of Mr. DJ, a Calypsonian who, for the first time in his life, had the opportunity. He told me to tell you so. He told me that to issue his praise and his to pay homage to you for giving him the opportunity to have a small business in the community of Silver Hill. And I want to say on his behalf, heartfelt thanks, Minister. He asked me to say it, and I will be doing it. I vocalize on behalf of the Epicenter of Christ Church West Central without fear or favor. Minister, what plans do you have to obviously sensitize players and develop them? Because you are the minister not only, why see you as minister not only of small business, but obviously as a minister who would transition small business into big business and big players in this world, global players. We have said in our manifesto that we will develop global players that can champion the cause of this country across the world. That's what we said. What are your ministry doing in terms of phytosanitary procedures, marketing, in terms of labeling, the requirements to carry businesses across the world? What is your country doing? What is your ministry doing, in terms of preparing Barbadians to take that next step so that there will be world leaders and business people around this globe?
Minister, thank you for the question. And this is leading me now down a path of righteousness. The member for St. Joseph, his father was a pastor, so he understands. But, Madam Chair, in all seriousness, we recognize that you can have all the necessary funding, the Financial Literacy Bureau, to build business locally, but to transition businesses regionally and extra-regionally, we have to have a good standards regime. And that speaks to building out our national quality infrastructure, which is built on 5 pillars: one of standards, testing, metrology, certification, and accreditation. Madam Chair, we set about to have an industrial policy. And I wouldn't get into the industrial policy because that is the remit of the member for St. Michael North. But critical to the policy system is entrepreneurship. And when you speak to entrepreneurship and an industrial policy system, we then have to speak about exports. And to allow our businesses to be competitive in the global business environment, standards have to be paramount. And we set about to restructure the Barbados National Standards Institution because we recognize that over the years or the past decade, we have seen the dwindling of membership within the Barbados National Standards Institution. We have also recognized that comparing ourselves to countries like Jamaica, we have some 44 mandatory standards versus Jamaica, who has over 180 mandatory standards. And this is one of the areas, if we are supposed to be export ready and we are supposed to have any global competitive edge, we have to enhance our standards. And we have been focusing on, we have within the budget monies to upgrade our lab. We have to do it phase by phase because we are within the program. We have at our lab leaking roofs. We have some equipment. As we seek to build out that national quality infrastructure, metrology is critical to building out that national quality infrastructure. And Madam Chair, only within the last month, we have at CPC, the Metrology Act, which is being drafted. What is metrology? The science of measurement. We are moving away from imperial to metric system. That is the way the international world is going. We are signatory to ISO standards, many ISO standards, and ASTM, the American Society of Testing and Materials. We pay over $150,000 in fees annually to these institutions. And our focus is indeed to build membership, like back in the 1990s when we had over 140 members signatory to the Barbados National Standard Institution. We have a Barbados National Standards. We would like to see most of our products outfitted with the BNS stamp. And indeed, we recognize that there's areas within tourism, within water, within healthcare, that we indeed have to build out our national quality infrastructure. We started years ago with a draft national quality policy. Trinidad, Jamaica, and a number of Caribbean territories copied that draft quality policy, and they are leading us now in terms of the national quality infrastructure. So we have a lot of work. We came into office and we found a lot of work to be done, and we started by restructuring and moving BNSI to a governance structure similar to SOEs. BNSI had an executive council and an executive body. We have since restructured it, and we have a board of directors chaired by Mr. Ryan Bradford. He's here with us. And we have members from the Barbados Coalition of Service Industries, Barbados Manufacturers Association, Barbados Association of Architects, Barbados Association of Professional Engineers, health authorities. And that is the first phase of indeed building out the national quality infrastructure, having a proper governance structure. So, to you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, we recognize that BNSI too, we fund BNSI over $1.5 million annually. BNSI has the potential to generate revenue and to be self-sufficient. Not 100%, but at least 50 to 60% of BNSI's revenue to cover its expenses can come through standards and having an accredited body as it relates to solids and materials within the construction sector. So we are on our way, and this year we are looking at improvements in our laboratory to address metrology issues like the breath analyzer testing and standards within water, the water meters. So several things we are doing with the Ministry of Energy and Water Resources, and also within the Ministry of Tourism. Later, I would allow the acting director of BNSI to speak to you on some of the more details with respect to standards and how we intend to build out the national quality infrastructure. I hope I would have answered you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Minister and your team. I just make the initial comment, Minister, that I listened to you much of yesterday and obviously today, and I'm sure you've impressed your national audience with your zeal and passion for the mandate that you've been given. I'm seeking permission, of course, to refer to the trust loan scheme. I think that is very much of the energy is devoted over the course of your presentation. And listening to you, I get a sense that that scheme is intended to do three things, broadly speaking: to reduce unemployment, and of course, consistent with that goal, to create an entrepreneurial class, and of course, the more lofty goal is always that of achieving growth in the larger economy. Of course, they must always follow the caution that the initiative should seek to avoid the specter of paternalism. One does not wish it to appear to be benevolent. One always wants to impress the public that this is a serious financial and economic enterprise, and that you're interested in creating a genuinely autonomous class of business persons. My question to you, in attempting to create that class of business persons, as opposed to a society, a benevolent society, I want to find out from you, or indeed your team, what is the projected time period over which you anticipate that a person moves from first-time borrower, first-time business person, to the status of businessman who is standing on his own feet? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? What is that projected time period? So that the public would have an idea as to how the scheme is treating the issue.
Thank you, Member for Christchurch South. First, let me begin by saying to you that the seriousness of this program is articulated again within our manifesto. And government will provide $10 million per year for each of the next 5 years. And I'm sure we would have heard the Prime Minister articulated that this program will be a program for as long as this government is in power. Is in office, sorry. Don't use the word power, Madam Chair. And indeed, yesterday I articulated the difference between the micro, medium, and small enterprises. And it varies from the level of the categories that I have indicated. But I would want to say to you, I see 4 to 5 years as a reasonable time for those micro businesses to really stand on their own. I don't see it. Some may do exceptionally well and come to shore within less than 4 to 5 years. But I see with the requisite training and the hand-holding, and indeed giving them the necessary policy space, 4 to 5 years as a reasonable time frame for those businesses to stand on their own, those micro enterprises.
Thank you very much. Dr. Masco.
I will allow the chairman of the trust loan to enter at this stage as well.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The first thing I wish to respond to is that it is highly unlikely that a government that secured 78% of the popular vote could be accused of discrimination. It is very highly unlikely. Any party that gets 4 out of every 5 votes could be accused of identifying someone who did not vote for it in order not to give it a loan. But the evidence supports here very clearly that this administration has not only given out close to 3,000 loans, spending just over $13 million, but it also took care of retrenched workers. 69 of the retrenched workers in Barbados came to the trust loan and secured loans. And we have the magnitude, we can give you that. And I can also tell you that every member of this august chamber, if he wants to or she wants to, can receive details about the loans by sector, loans by gender, loans by age, loans by almost any cohort that you can think of, by constituency. So if you want to know, and by parish as well, but also by constituency, if you want to know how many individuals receive loans from your constituency, you can be given that data if you're so desirous. As you know, it will take 11 constituencies to constitute, in quotes, St. Michael. 5 in Christchurch to constitute Christchurch. But the long and short of it is this, that we recognize the need to give opportunity to average Barbadians. And what we have done, without requesting you to bring all kinds of things as security, we have given average Barbadians an opportunity to engage in business and to create employment. And the evidence is here to show that. How we are financed, I suspect that yesterday the leader of the opposition was maybe hinting that he did not see any allocation for certain entities in the budget. But the way it is going to work here is that an allocation to a state-owned enterprise is a transfer, and a transfer is already expenditure, so that the government can wait until the last minute or when it finds itself with resources in an environment where there's a BERT program. The government can then allocate to any SOE when it sees fit. But more importantly, we have to recognize that a state-owned enterprise, once it is given funding, the funding cannot lapse. So there is an understanding in the public finance world that you can wait, because in the BERT program, which has been approved by the IMF, it does not make sense for the government to overperform. And let me explain what I mean. The government has to meet a 6% primary balance, which is just over $600 million. It is the only exam in the world that you do not want to pass excessively, because if you do more than is required, you have held on to expenditure that you could have put into the economy. In essence, therefore, if you're to get 70% in this program, you want 70%. If you're to achieve a 6% deficit, primary balance, you do not want 6.5, because 6.5 means that you left $50 million that you could have spent. And therein lies the difference in the preparation of estimates during the BERT program vis-a-vis the preparation of estimates in a normal year. Because you're seeking to ensure that you put as much as you can into the economy. In that vein, member for St. Christchurch South, we do recognize that it is just a start, but it is a start that will mean, like any other thing, even when we give to large businesses, there's a period, and we call that period a grace period or period of infancy. What we do not want is that forever, even though our businesses are small, we would like at some stage, 4 to 5 years from now, that they are capable of moving beyond the stage of the trust fund and reaching a stage where the lofty word of being bankable, whatever that means, is achieved. Because this trust loan is issuing almost 3,000 loans Whereas a commercial bank may issue a loan for $200,000, I would like the public to understand that the work involved in delivering a $5,000 loan is no less so than one for $1 million. But understand and appreciate that the level of work that has to be done and surveillance that has to be done is multiple times more than a commercial bank would have. And therefore, when you look at the limited staff of the trust fund and see what it has delivered in terms of the quantity of loans, you would understand what productivity truly means in reality.
Thank you. And of course, when I use the term paternalism, and I was asking that this was a caution to the public, not to the government, a caution to the public in terms of the relationship between the trust loan scheme and the public. And I was saying to the public that how I perceive this scheme is that it is business. It is business as opposed to benevolence, and that is what I meant when I was asking that the public should avoid the specter of paternalism. I don't, listening to all that I've heard, I have come to the conclusion that it is all about business. Now, I've heard a lot of statistics which are quite exciting. I mean, statistics really do tell an entire story. And one of the statistics that caught my attention early yesterday was the divide between loans to startup enterprises and loans to continuing enterprises. And I think the head of the loan scheme would have said, and I quoted him, a lot of applicants had existing businesses, and that caught my attention. My question would be, if the stats are available, what percentage of loans went to startup enterprise, and what percentage of loans went to continuing enterprise? If it can't be precise, well, perhaps.
Thank you again, member for Christchurch South.
Thank you.
I have asked the general manager, and I have both the general manager and the chairman of the trust loan unit, one to my right and to my left. So I will allow the chairman to speak first, and then I would ask the general manager to give you the statistics.
Well, they're here. New businesses, 713. 713. $3,195,000, 449.22 cents. Number of employees, 869. For existing businesses, 2,234 businesses, 10,165,296.88 cents, and the associated employees, 3,185. So you can see that the distribution would have been predominantly in favor of existing, but to have created 713 small businesses in short space of time tells the story. And even in that distribution, we can go on to tell you which sectors the funding was allocated. But it's a lot of information. So if you want it, you can certainly have it, and if you want it for your constituency, you can have it.
And Dr. Maskell, I promise to hold you to that undertaking because I'm very, very interested in it.
Actually, you can have it now.
Oh, not as my third question.
Oh.
He's gracious, all right. No, Madam Chair, Dr. Maskell is continuing this answer to the second question.
Second
Oh, we can do. Yes, Dr. Maskell, you had mentioned the categories of business. I think we are all curious.
Yeah. Oh, Jerry, you have it there?
Manufacturing,
I'll let the
food
chair,
retail.
I'll let the GM participate.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of Parliament. Gerald Amos, General Manager of the Barbados Trust Fund Limited. The main categories that we look at within the sectors is agriculture, the culture industries, manufacturing, retail, services, and tourism. When we look at the categories, we realize that services dominate the amount of clients that we have at the trust fund, closely followed by retail sector. In services, as you would imagine, we have a lot of persons from the hairdressers, barbers, lawn care, all the aesthetics, things like that. In retail, we have predominantly vendors, shopkeepers, the likes. What we have realized from the statistics, however, that we need to work really hard at getting out to those in culture industries. I realized the minister spoke earlier about a speech that he made. After that, we did have some interest, but that petered off after a while. But we need to concentrate really hard on manufacturing and agriculture. Tourism itself, we are still trying to reach out to some tourism players. But what we are doing is that we are paying a lot of attention to manufacturing, and we are partnering very close with the community development through the Ministry of Youth and Community to try to get into the centers for those who are actually doing manufacturing of different soaps and stuff, different products within the community centers. So we are actually partnering very close with them, and within this month, we actually are doing some training. We are doing some training at least 2 community centers, and all of those participants are into manufacturing. So we're concentrating very hard on that area.
Thank you. And finally, Madam Chair, I'm not going to make any secret of the fact that certainly I have been referring people to the scheme, and I've sought to do this in a way that reflects some honest assessment as to the person's qualification for the loan. I also don't mind saying publicly that Mr. Amos himself has come back to the constituency and has given seminars to persons who have received loans, and he's given those seminars to persons who are interested in the scheme. So, Minister, through you, I wish to say, to express deepest gratitude to Mr. Amos for this hands-on approach. And to indicate, as following on my friend from the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, to extend that congratulatory message to you. I've spoken about the zeal with which you have approached this issue. I was personally moved yesterday by your personal testimony in relation to your groundings in the credit union movement, the cooperative movement, I beg your pardon. And all to say that this ministry and this enterprise is the one that will carry Barbados through a period of austerity, and that it will give hope to persons who were previously hopeless. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a couple of queries arising from the responses of Dr. Maskell and that of the Minister yesterday. These are outside of my 3 questions, Madam Chair. Do I have your leave to? I need to have some stuff clarified. I don't want to interrupt Dr. Maskell just now, but these have nothing to do with the questions which I personally have. May I ask for those clarifications that they press on? Thank you, ma'am. Now, I asked a question about fund access last time we sat, and the absence of a provision in these estimates for that. And to me, the explanation I got from the Honourable Minister seemed to be different from that which Dr. Maskell gave today. At the same time, there is a repeated statement that the trust loans program is providing for $10 million per year for the next 5 years. In the estimates, I see a provision for $1 million. Now, I haven't had any clear explanation as to that, and the fact that there seems to be some difference, some disparity in the explanation on the fund access provision given by Dr. Maskell today from that given by the minister yesterday. This leaves me confused in a context, and I'm sure Dr. Maskell will clarify for me. You see, when you look at these estimates, you are very quickly attracted to the understanding that this government has provided loads of money for the engaging of consultants and for professional services. Now, I am on record as saying Dr. Maskell has earned his stripes in Barbados, whereas I will continue to question the level of consultancy fees and professional services, I will never question a cent paid to engage Dr. Maskell's services because he has earned his stripes in his land. However, I need to have him clarify for me these matters of which I am a little bit confused as to why the fund access vote anticipated is not provided for, and how come his explanation differed from that of the minister, one. And two, how is it we repeatedly say that the trust loans program is a $10 million program annually for the next 5 years, but I see a request for $1 million. I ask that against this backdrop, Madam Chair, and that is that we have to deal with the vexing issue of transfers to state-related entities under the BERT program. One of the big areas of government, state, central government expenditure has been transfers to state-owned enterprises and state-related entities. Now, a layman like me will wonder if these numbers are presented in such a way. $1 million in the budget this year, in the estimates this year, for a program that provides $10 million annually for the next 5 years. Is that presented in a way as to give an inaccurate, let me be very careful with my words, I don't want to charge anybody anything, as to not give a fully accurate picture of what is happening with respect to the monies going to the trust loan program, and is the same reflective in the situation with reference to the fund access provision in here. Are we trying, for the purposes of meeting IMF requirements, are we trying for the purpose of meeting those requirements? In that effort, are we not reflecting fully and properly the numbers in the estimates? I'm a layperson, and I'm simply asking that question. I have every confidence in Dr. Maskell that he will tell me fully what the story is.
Madam Chair, to the member for St. Michael West, and we knew this was coming. Madam Chair, the reality is, and I said it yesterday, I don't know if the honourable member for St. Michael West heard me.
And therefore, could the honourable member repeat it for me?
Yes, I will.
And if you knew it was coming, you should have said it up front.
Madam Chair, I said it yesterday, and I don't know if that's up front or behind, but I did say it yesterday. Anyhow, Madam Chair, to the member for St. Michael West, as articulated yesterday, we said we're under a BERT program. We have nothing to hide as a government. We just sat over 5 hours and we discussed with the social partnership, with the member for St. Michael West, he was there. We always declare our hand to this country. And I came to this honorable chamber and I said that we have allocated to the trust loan for the financial year 2019-2020, $15 million. Funding for the trust loan will come from the Industrial Credit Fund through the central bank in the form of dividends. That was said. If you need any further explanation, we can give him to both the Trust Fund Limited and to Fund Access. Funding for the microfinancing entities will come through the Industrial Credit Fund, through the central bank, for the financial year 2020-2021.
So in effect, it's coming off central government's books.
Madam Chair, the member understands financing probably better than I do. And he understands very well that if it is coming through the Industrial Credit Fund in the form of dividends, it's not coming from the consolidated fund.
If I may, I didn't expect I would have to deliver a lesson in my presentation, but if I'm called upon to do so, I will. So table 6 of the estimates. The thing is to understand the concept of, first of all, a primary deficit, a primary balance. A primary balance covers the difference between current expenditure without the interest payment. You take that current expenditure, you minus it from revenue, and then you add the capital program of the government. So if you were to look at table 6, you will see that the expense for the coming fiscal year, interest expense, is $360.1 million. So after you've deducted your expenditure, current expenditure, which will be wages and salaries, they're not easily identifiable, but they're here under other personal emoluments, employers' contributions, goods and services, and then transfers and subsidies. If you were to do your calculations and add back the interest payment, then you would see that the primary balance is in excess of $600 million according to this information here. The thing to note, however, is that this administration has, in fact, been able to address transfers and subsidies. But more importantly, there are limits which are met on a monthly basis, and the information, again, can be provided. It is part of the monitoring to see how much you can transfer to selected SOEs, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, the Transport Board, whether or not we're not really given to the Barbados Water Authority, the sanitation, and the like. So that what has to be said here is that there is absolutely no threat to this administration's capacity to meet the primary balance. In fact, the threat is that we do not want to overperform. I explained earlier that if you overperform, you're going to leave money that you could have spent. And because of the nature of public finances, if you leave money in central government and do not spend it by the end of March, it lapses. If, however, you transfer money to a state-owned enterprise, it is already accounted for in transfers and subsidies as an expenditure, and therefore it cannot lapse. As a result of that, it makes for prudent financial management for any government to therefore use that approach in managing up to the end of March, where if you don't have the expenditure that you should have had, it means it gives you room. And if you have that room, it means that you can make a financial adjustment and still be well within the boundaries. But it is not within your desire to overperform. And I know that these estimates were never presented in a way that the layman could easily look at Table 6 and see how the primary deficit is calculated, but I can tell you what it is. It is current expenditure minus current revenue, minus current expenditure without the interest payments, plus capital expenditure, and then you add back the interest payment. The reason why you do that is because you're interested in the current spending of government, and interest payments are made on existing debt which you could have incurred way before. The other reality is this, that the problem that we have in Barbados is a debt problem. And in order to bring the debt down, you need, therefore, to make enough surplus that when you pay back your interest and your amortization over time, that your debt to GDP ratio will be on the declining trend. And that is the essence of the program in which we are in, the BERT program. It is an attempt, not an attempt, a gallant, exciting effort to reduce the 175 debt to GDP ratio to 60% by 2033. The reason why you need to do that, I try to explain this, is that if I treat myself, my height, as 100% debt to GDP ratio, it means that 175% debt to GDP ratio will be 75% taller than I am. Therefore, to get it below my neck so that we can now begin to breathe and have fiscal space will require it to come below 60%. And it is the only way in which our fiscal environment can be sustainable. In light of all of that, anyone who is even looking and can look at the fiscal performance of the government to date will recognize that even the International Monetary Fund has almost determined that this country is performing so well, so very well, and can only be interrupted, sorry to say it, by coronavirus. That's the only thing that can stop this program from going. That this country is performing so well and above expectation, that confidence has been endorsed and accepted by international financial institutions who give us a credit rating, and they have instantaneously brought down our credit rating. Now, we're not yet where we want to be, but to say that we are off course would be to be portraying pessimism that does not fit reality. The optimism that we share is not blinded optimism. It is optimism determined by the figures and the facts. It is indeed possible to have your own opinion, but you could never have your own facts.
I thank Dr. Maskell, Madam Chair. Lots of answers given. Unfortunately, not to the question asked. And therein lies my problem. Maybe I need another lesson.
You didn't pick it.
Because essentially what you need simply to say to this chamber is that, yes, these estimates on the face of it says we're giving trust loans 1 million, but in fact, we're giving them 10. These estimates don't show that we're providing for fund access, but in fact, we're giving them 15. That's all you need to say. That's all you need to say, and in simple terms, tell us why you're not representing the 10 and why you're not representing the 15. Bypass on from that because I'm slow at these economic matters. Another question, Madam Chair, which comes out of their responses. It has to do with constituencies. The minister introduced this yesterday, and I let that pass outside the house now. You know, because the truth of the matter, Madam Chair, if I were sitting in his position, and I wanted to convince the honourable member for St. Michael West that there has been no disparity in the way these trust loans have been dispersed and distributed, I would not have said that St. Michael West got 2 over the first 10. I would say that out of the 3,000, St. Michael West got 300. But quite noticeably, he didn't say that. He referred to 2 over the first 10. But I don't want to pick him up on that. That's gone yesterday. I want to pick up Dr. Maskell. The information can be made available, you said, to the honourable member of Christchurch South. It can be made available now by constituency. Were I therefore to ask of you information relative to St. Michael West as to the quantum dispersed there and the numbers, would I be able to get that? Would I be able? I'm not asking for it. I'm asking if I would be able to get it.
Yes, member for St. Michael West.
Thank you. Now,
You want them now?
I'm asking if I'd be able to get it.
Yes, we said yes. In the affirmative, yes.
All right. Because Dr. Maskell made a comment when he was concluding that particular statement by suggesting that the 11 constituencies in St. Michael and 5 in Christchurch. So I thought that that was the data set you would get. This is what was distributed in St. Michael. This is what was distributed in Christchurch. But if you're telling me I can get information specific to St. Michael West, I understand that is what you're saying. I don't want it now. I want it.
Madam Chair, the member can go to the trust loan office, and as transparent as we are as a government, we are at the trust loan office, and we will provide the statistics.
Yeah, I will seek to acquire that, obtain that information, not from the trust loan, through the minister. He was the person who said it to us here. Now my questions, ma'am, please. I want to ask of the minister or his team, as he would designate, what is the contribution to employment of the manufacturing sector in Barbados now? And what are the minister's concerns with reference to that? And is he happy with what his ministry may be doing to contribute to rising employment levels with respect specifically to manufacturing? I don't retail. I'm not talking about services sector. I'm not manufacturing. It used to be that manufacturing in the more halcyon days of this economy provided for about 9,000 or 10,000 jobs.
Madam Chair, while I recognize that small business, indeed, we quoted some statistics here, and we recognize some members fall within the manufacturing sector. The whole policy initiative and the management of the manufacturing sector falls within the purview of the Minister of International Business. But nonetheless, I will seek to provide some statistics for the small micro enterprises in terms It is said that, and these are some of the stats, contribution of some 47.5% of the overall $7.3 billion in revenue generated by the private sector, non-agricultural sector. And that is the contribution that the SMEs have made, some 47.5% to the employment level. And we have some 9,651 formal enterprises. I am speaking to the SMEs within the small business sector because the member for St. Michael West, he has asked a broad question with manufacturing. We recognize what the industry has gone through. There's no secret with respect to the manufacturing sector in this country has plummeted. And we understand why. But we have seen some progress within the SME sector, which falls under my purview as it relates to enhancing employment. And we have some 75,000 persons in the services sector employed, and this is outside of the trust loan. 3,800 in the agricultural sector, 21,000 in the industry. And to the national value, SMEs have contributed some 64.1% to our economic value in this country. The broader manufacturing sector, yes, we are presently formulating an industrial policy. We recognize we have to revive manufacturing. I don't want to get into those details. I mean, we can discuss, we can share with the member for St. Michael West what we have done thus far with respect to the policy initiative to revive the manufacturing sector. And we recognize there are some key pillars that we have to focus on. Entrepreneurship, which falls within the SME sector or micro, small, and medium enterprise sector, as well as a focus on technology and an ICT platform. Gone are the days for incentives. Whereas we will create the policy space for our manufacturing sector to be revived, we wait until our policy has been finalized to come up with a comprehensive plan, and that work should be done, I think, within the next month, whereby we will come to the country with a comprehensive industrial policy that speaks to the manufacturing sector. But for me to sit here and give statistics for the manufacturing sector that falls outside of my purview, we don't have the overall statistics. But I can say to you that that sector has indeed seen decreasing employment levels, and some may call it a dying head. And the Honourable member for St. Michael West knows that, and this country, this government has a mandate to revive the manufacturing sector through the Ministry of International Business.
Thank you, Minister. I was only asking for your assessment with reference to your own ministry and not that of the Honourable Member of St. Michael North. You do acknowledge that your ministry does have some input. And that's what I was asking about, not his aspect of the ministry. I did note, Madam Chair, that the minister said quite categorically, and I give you the opportunity to take that back, that gone are the days of incentives. Now, my next question had to do with incentives, and it has to do with incentives to help promote, develop the green energy sector for smaller players potentially in the Barbadian economy. My question, what incentives for facilitating small enterprise initiatives relative to green energy, seeing that the government has a policy of moving towards that status by 20, is it 30 or 33? But I heard the minister say gone are days of incentives, so maybe that nullifies the question.
The member for St. Michael West, I know he listens and he picks out what he wants to hear. And indeed, we recognize that the renewable energy sector, and he knows very well that we are looking to go to a fossil-free environment by 2030. And yesterday, and I will ask the Director of Utility Regulations to come and take the seat where the general manager of finance is. We have, within the last year, recognized that the renewable energy sector is vital not only to create a fossil-free environment, but to give the consumers the best prices in terms of electricity generation, and also for our investors in this country to have their fair share of the renewable energy sector as it relates to both social and economic development. And we came up through the Fair Trading Commission, because it falls under their purview, to come up with a rate for renewable energy for independent power producers who fall in the category of producing renewable energy or utilizing the renewable energy technology to produce electricity of 1 or less than 1 megawatt. And indeed, we use that methodology called feed-in tariff. And we did a comprehensive study. We hired a consultant. And having done that, we are now in a position, and we will announce to the public the rates for independent power producers, investors, who will sell all their electricity to Light and Power, who then will send back to the consumers. And we came up with a good rate, having gone through the necessary methodologies and the studies. For hiring a consultant, we use the feed-in tariff methodology to arrive at rates for biogas, wind, and all the other renewable energy technologies. And I will allow the Director for Utility Regulations to speak to you on what has been done thus far in terms of empowering investors, local investors, to get involved in the renewable energy drive as we seek to build out that sector as a key sector for this country as we move forward with our trust towards the 2030 goal of being a fossil-free environment. So I will allow Dr. Aikeshi from the Fair Trading Commission to speak to you on that particular question.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, as well as the other parliamentarians. My name is Marsha Aikeshi, Director of Utility Regulation with the Fair Trading Commission. I would want to start by giving a history in terms of renewable energy in Barbados and where the Commission has taken it thus far. In 2009-2010, the Barbados Light and Power would have approached the FTC with a proposal for allowing self-generators, distributed generators, those are persons with primarily solar PV systems on the rooftops, to sell back to the grid any excess. With that, we developed a pilot program that started in 2010. It was either run for 2 or 3 years. Then we transitioned that into a permanent program with a rate that was linked to the cost of fossil fuel in the international market. That was changed from, I think, 1.8 times to 1.6 times at some point. And then in 2016, we also determined that it was time, the sector was ripe enough, the technology was ripe enough for us to move away from the link with fossil fuel and have renewable energy valued on its own merit. So we moved from a voided cost type of system for valuing renewable energy, one based on the renewable resource cost. That was done at a time when there was recognition that the sector was facing some significant challenges because it was facing reducing oil cost. So they were no longer being deemed competitive. We recognized that this was a fledgling industry that we wanted to shore up. And we took that position to change out to resource-based cost. That was done At the time, in 2016, solar PV then would have been 41.6 cents, while wind, which is hardly utilized, was what? Around that vicinity, but I think it was slightly higher or slightly lower. So that was one of our first steps in terms of ensuring the viability of renewable energy suppliers in Barbados. Those persons that are going and installing systems on houses, for example. At that time, there were about 20 solar installer businesses in Barbados. That dwindled to some extent, and I believe that now we are seeing a surge in that regard again. October 2019, we took the step of going towards feed-in tariffs. Prior to that, it was referred to as a renewable energy rider. And we expanded the scope to systems up to 1 megawatt. Prior to that, it was up to 500 megawatts. So persons wanted to get in at a larger space, in a larger capacity, had now the opportunity to do so. Beyond that, in terms of allowing a larger number of players in the sector, we have taken the decision in October 2019 to create a particular space for community shared projects. And under community shared projects, the two criteria that we have for eligibility: one, there must be a minimum of 15 participants, as well as no individual entity could own more than 50% of that share. What that does is to allow the average Barbadian to become a critical mover and shaker in that space. They can now own a segment of the renewable energy pie in Barbados. So it allows for persons to retain those earnings, which is a critical thing that renewable energy provides for an entity, because you're using local resources, and as such, you can retain any profits, as opposed to a system where you have fossil fuel being generated. Those funds are being sent offshore to buy that oil. It also allows for a segment of the population to retain, as opposed to it being a situation where it is foreign investor-led. So those are some of the strategies that have been employed thus far to allow small businesses and individuals to be able to have a stake in our renewable energy market.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry that I have to go back to this subject, because I know that this ministry is a lot more than dispensing trust loans. But the inner man tells me that this is something that I really have to say, because this is very, very, very important to me. I represent the constituency of the city of Bridgetown, a constituency that I spent my formative years living. A constituency that as a boy, it was far easier for persons living in communities within this constituency to be denied a job based on the address that they had on the application than it was for a hawker or the snow cone or snowball man to be able to borrow $500 from a bank. So that for me, the advent of the trust loans is one of the most significant and progressive steps in any direction that I've seen since I became a member of Parliament. Although $5,000 in the scheme of things may not be a lot of money, $5,000 is a significant sum if you have a small rum shop or grocery shop that you are having things on consignment in order to be able to make a living for your family, or for a vendor who has to sell the few snacks that they're selling in order to be able to purchase snacks to sell the following day, or if you're a seamstress or a tailor. And finally, you have the opportunity to purchase a machine that will not only accelerate the rate of production, but also allow you to produce more so that you can earn more. In other words, a large number of persons who would have been denied the opportunity to have their dreams realized. So this trust loan has done a considerable amount of good for people coming from the constituency that I represent. And although I cannot sit here and say with any degree of certainty that everyone that had a trust loan did exactly as they said they would do, because I don't know, but I know of sufficient or enough persons who have done well and who have been able to either start a business or continue a business in a way that they would not have been able to do without having the opportunity to borrow $5,000. And so I say thank you very, very much to the minister and his team who have been entrusted with the responsibility of administering this trust loan. But my question is, given the way things have been going so far, have you had many or any applications from persons who would have been able to graduate from a $5,000 loan to a $10,000 loan? And secondly, and related, and then this is the end of me, have you started to construct that bridge or that nexus that would see people transitioning from a trust loan to a fund access loan, for example, which obviously would give an indication that things are growing and perhaps they're employing some of the people from the same areas that they live in and are working in? Do you have any plans for doing that? Because for me, I would jump for joy if I could see people graduating from the infancy of the trust loan to the adulthood of a fund access loan.
Madam Chair, I don't think you're allowed to jump in this chamber, and I certainly won't want to see the member jump at this stage, but you can jump when you're on the outside. I would allow the member, the general manager for fund access, to take this question.
Good evening again. Just to respond to the first question as it relates to the graduation to the $10,000. Currently, we have some applications under consideration. However, we are taking the fact that we have some 1,100 applicants that are still outstanding to receive the $5,000 for their first loan. So we are being very careful to make sure we try to honor those that actually need the $5,000 before we move on to $10,000. However, we have a draft memorandum of understanding with Fund Access for a graduation program. What we are seeking to do, however, is to have the Fund Access business development officers work closely with our business development officers so that when we are making that transition to Fund Access, is a smooth transition. So if we identify an applicant who wants 10,000 or more, we would actually engage Fund Access from very early with that client so that our business development officer and Fund Access business development officer can actually interact with that client and help them to move from one stage to the other. Notwithstanding the fact that they must meet some criteria. They must have attended our training, and they must have followed certain guidelines and did the things that we have in place to ensure that they are ready to move to the next stage. Outside of Fund Access, we also look to engage the credit union movement, have preliminary discussions. However, we still are trying to pin that down to some memorandum of understanding. I don't want to actually speak on the banks right now, but because the first attempt was not successful at all in trying to get that done. So we are going to work with Fund Access to try to achieve the graduation process.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the team.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too want to echo the sentiments of the representative for the city in congratulating the Minister and his team for what I consider to be transformational at this juncture of our development. But I also want to go back to something that the Mr. Amos would have mentioned. He said that at some point in time you were engaging with members of the cultural industries and then it sort of petered off. If I can just say this, and I'm just making a comment, for many years in Barbados and across the Caribbean, I could say, the members of the creative and the cultural industries have struggled to find capital to do projects and to do very many things. The traditional lending agencies would always see them as high risk, and we know how risk averse people are, and that was a major problem. But you need, at this juncture, from all the things that I've heard, you probably need now to reach out to that particular sector in a complete different way, in terms of being able to let them know what is available. One of the things that you're going to have to face is the requirements of guarantors and stuff like that. If you live in a society where people believe that the cultural and the creative industries can only make money in other territories and not in Barbados or the Caribbean at large, there are some things that you're going to have to do differently. Otherwise, they would never be able to get guarantors for these loans and whatever. And we have to begin to think in terms of what risk are we prepared to make in order to get that particular sector moving. For instance, if someone didn't take risks in terms of Hollywood, in terms of Silicon Valley and these other things, they would never come into existence. And even though we still believe that our societies or our numbers are small, we are really operating in a global space. And the Minister made the point earlier when you talk about wanting to export and that sort of stuff. Manufacturing for many years has never been able to export in the numbers that might be required. But I would like to humbly suggest to you that the cultural industries as they stand do not need things like raw material for high prices and these sort of things in order to be exportable. And that the time has come where that particular sector, which I am proud to be responsible for in a way, has the capacity to transform the Barbadian economy and by extension the Caribbean. And I just want to know going forward, what are some of the things that you're looking at? Because I know you've started some really good work, but I want to know a little bit more about some of the things for the benefit of those who may be listening that you're working on to actually empower that particular sector.
Madam Chair, thank you, member for St. Philip West. And indeed, we have had several conversations, and we understand the challenges with your industry, like you rightfully mentioned. And yesterday, I mentioned some of the incentive schemes, and there's one that I will speak of, Madam Chair, the Enhanced Credit Guarantee Fund. This is a fund run through the central bank, and this provides guarantees or guarantor for persons who access loans of up to 80%. I think that fund is capitalized through the IDB with some $80 million, if I stand to be corrected. But that is how it is capitalized, through IDB. And currently, we have eligible businesses who can access that funding as a guarantee within the agricultural and the commercial and the industrial and services sectors. I will want to posit and I will want to suggest that the cultural industries be included in that category of eligible businesses, since that issue of access to capital is indeed a fundamental issue within our society. Whether peer-to-peer lending will be relevant, that is questionable within your sector. But I would want to say to you that I will make a case here in this Lord Chamber that the Enhanced Credit Guarantee Fund, the eligible businesses be extended to include the cultural industries. And that is all I would say on that, because you rightfully recognize that there's a dearth of funding, not only for your sector, but within some micro and small and even medium enterprises in this country. And it is based on what I call asymmetric information. The risk is greater with the lending agencies, and we have those schemes, the Enhanced Credit Guarantee Scheme that I think will benefit you, and also the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited. So those are the two avenues, and I would more want to recommend the Enhanced Credit Guarantee Scheme for your guys to access, or all ladies, guys using the, to access funding to shore up your creative and cultural industry experts.
Thank you very much, Minister, and that would lead me to suggest that the time has come where the two ministries would need to sit down and really put together a plan to make this information available to that sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And like all the other members, I want to say congratulations to the Honourable Minister for the work he's been doing so far in what could only be described as transformative work in Barbados. But my question, Minister, speaks to standards, and I know you hinted at it, and that you said you would speak to it at some later part of the presentation. You know, I know that your mandate, or the mandate of the BNSI, is the preparation, promotion, and implementation of standards in all sectors. And I think it is very important that we do have a conversation about standards, especially at this stage in our development as a country. And I suspect standards would help us to be, well, first of all, protect Barbados, but it could also lead to our own innovation, our own competitiveness, and so on. You know, people have a tendency to suggest that Barbados has no standards, and that developed countries oftentimes dump anything that they want into Barbadian society because of the lack of standards. And I have a view that that may not necessarily be true. And so I have two questions, and I would tie them together, but I would love to know, first of all, what are the standards, really? And what are the powers of enforcement in relation to these standards? Because it's okay to have standards, but if you do not have the power to enforce certain penalties and so on in relation to standards, then we expose ourselves nonetheless. And then more specifically for me, because I know we've worked together in trying to devise some standards for the ban on plastics, exactly where we are with that so that we could give the public an update. But overall, just a general idea as to the standards, how those standards are set, who evaluates them, and how they're monitored. Thank you.
Madam Chair, and through you, member for St. Michael's South, a very pertinent question, and I did mention earlier today when the question was posed by the member for St. Michael West. I think the member for St. Michael West posed the question, stand to be corrected with respect to manufacturing and what we are doing. Madam Chair, I can get into the specifics of plastics, the ban on petroleum-based single-use plastics. Presently, we have requested through ASTM, the American Standard for Testing and Materials, ASTM International, some 5 or 6 standards as it relates to single-use plastics and the new alternative products and how we are going to treat with single-use, with the petroleum-based single-use plastics in terms of biodegradation and degradation. And some of these standards I can speak to 2 of them, which are fundamental. But some ASTM International D6400, the standards that speaks specifically to labeling of plastics designed to be aerobically compost in municipal or industrial facilities. That is just one of the standards. And we have requested some 6. Then we have a next one, ASTM International D68, standards for labeling and items that incorporate plastics and polymers as coating or additives with paper and other substitute designed to be aerobically composted in municipal or industrial facilities. That's just to give an example where we are as a standards body, and we are very proactive. And I know a minister, member for St. Michael South, we have sat with you and we have looked at a number of standards and how we can treat with the petroleum-based single-use plastics. But I would, at this stage, want to pause and give the acting director of the Barbados National Standards Institution the opportunity to speak to this Lord Chamber and to the country as to what we are doing, and to answer the other two questions with respect to standards, because we have standards that are mandatory and standards that are voluntary. The mandatory standards are enshrined within our legislation through the Standards Act, but he will get into the intricate details and the technical details for you. Over to you, Director.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, good evening. Members of Parliament, good evening. My name is Hayden Rind. I am the Acting Director of the Barbados National Standards Institution. And I will start by saying that the solution to the economic problems that we have lie in part with enhancing the industrial and the export activity in Barbados. And this is only possible if the quality of Barbados's goods and services are improved to meet what we call international standards, so that we can remain cost competitive in the national and export markets. Now, earlier when the minister spoke, he touched on some of our mandate. Part of it is to facilitate trade, of course. We are also responsible for increasing the competitiveness of industry and businesses in Barbados. And we also have a responsibility to protect consumers. And we do so, as touched on by the minister, through what we call the National Quality Infrastructure, or NQI for short. So BNSI, in essence, is responsible for really developing quality and developing the quality infrastructure in Barbados. Part of that development strategy involves the development of standards. This is both national standards, where we have interest groups, organizations, businesses, sending an indication through the BNSI that we do need to have a particular standard to guide their activity and to increase their competitiveness. We also have on our books quite a few regional standards that we've adopted. Now, the regional body, which is the CARICOM Regional Organization for Standards and Quality, the Secretariat for CrossQ, actually resides in Barbados. So we have a very close working relationship with CrossQ. And the international community, we are members. Barbados, we are members internationally of the ISO. Many people will be familiar with ISO. This is the International Standards Organization. ISO, just for interest, comprises of around 143 countries. So when Barbados is invited to the international table to participate in the development of international standards, it will be interesting to note that our weight as a small developing country is the same as perhaps one of the larger countries like the USA or China or France or Italy. Why? Because each country simply has one vote. So Barbados, we do vote towards the international community of standards and how standards are fashioned so that we don't get disadvantaged as a country. Very important intervention. Now, metrology as well is an important pillar, and I will get to the minister's question, but I think we need to just go a little further in what metrology represents. Metrology, as the minister touched on, is the science of measurement. So every country has a system for which they measure, whether it be masses, temperature, volume. We have measures in industry, we have measures in businesses. Now, the competitiveness of our businesses internationally is only recognized if the measurements that we make in country can be traced to international standards. A very, very important and critical point to note, because that's where the BNSI sits. We're in country, to make it simple, we hold the highest measure, as it were, of standards. So all of the calibration for masses, for scales in industry, for weighing bridges in our sugar industry, all of these things have to be traceable to international standards if our quality systems are going to be seen as credible, if they're going to be accepted in international markets, and if our businesses can export to the international community. So I'd like to go directly to the minister's question. Yes, from the beginning when the Blue Economy, the Ministry of the Blue Economy announced the ban on plastics, we've been engaging as a ministry and as an organization, BNSI, with the Blue Economy to really ensure that, yes, we've, as a country, decided to put a ban on petroleum imports as far as the containers are concerned. But then the alternatives have to satisfy a particular standard. So the guidance from the BNSI is to indicate what standards those alternatives need to meet to be in keeping with the international community. Why is this important? We may have in our manufacturing sector a budding manufacturer who is trying to align themselves to provide an alternative. But they need to be guided by the international standards. So yes, we've tabled and we've engaged with the ASTM. Again, that's the American Standards Institute. We've also engaged with the ISO, of which we are members, and tabled 6 standards for which we will walk through the standards development process. And here it is, I'll outline that process. It is not simply the technical team in BNSI sitting behind closed walls and pronouncing that this will be a standard for Barbados. No. The standards development process in country happens by consensus. We engage all of the stakeholders surrounding, in this example, the plastics industry, so the importers, the distributors, even some of the users will have an opportunity to sit on a committee, which already we've invited some 8-10 persons to be part of. So the committee has been invited to sit and meet and go through the draft standards, which would be international standards, to look at all of the specifications and see if these requirements are best suited for what we're doing in Barbados and our legislation. So that process has commenced, Minister, and I'm pleased to say that the name of the committee is the National Plastics Evaluation Committee. Again, that technical committee will meet with BNSI's guidance. Findings on the standard and comments will then go to a higher level called the Technical Management Committee. In that process, there is another screening or vetting which would take place with the technical committee of our board of directors. And our board of directors would replace the mechanism with the executive committee that we used to use years ago, but we now have a board. And then the final assent to country as a voluntary standard will be made through our minister and through the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce, where then the suite of standards would be gazetted as, hey, these are Barbados national standards. At that stage, if the government sees that there's an interest of health, which is of great concern, or security or safety, and they want to position the standards to have more weight in regulation, and this goes into your second question. There's a mechanism where the mandatory requirements can take place in this way. You can refer to the standard in your regulations, which makes it a technical regulations. regulation. In other words, the standard becomes mandatory or compulsory. If you're importing into the country the alternatives, or if you're manufacturing the alternatives in country, it now becomes a mandatory requirement to satisfy all of the requirements in the standard. So that's the process, Minister. And this process we found works well. It is a process of consensus. It is a process that is open to all of the stakeholders, so there are no surprises. And it's a process that ultimately is managed and governed through our government. Now, the enforcement, which was your second question, does not rely on the BNSI. So the BNSI is not an enforcing agency. We would rely on the agency that has that mandate. The name is the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. So we assist you with the implementation, but then the enforcement of the standards really relies in a separate department, also within the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, and Commerce. I hope this answers your question. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank you, both the Minister and the Director, for what was a very comprehensive and thorough and educational response. You definitely answered the question. Thank you very much.
No. Honourable Minister, you're invited to make your wrap up. I ask that the head stand part.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me thank the members of this chamber and also the members of my ministry, the various departments within the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, and Commerce, for what I call an eventful few hours in terms of enlightening not only this chamber, but the public on the work of the ministry, and more importantly, the work of this government. And I will start where Mr. Ryan ended off, Director of BNSI, because we're at a stage whereby BNSI, part of the Barbados National Standard Institution restructuring. We have a laboratory. I spoke on the national quality infrastructure and its pillars, built on standards, testing, accreditation, metrology, and certification. Presently, we conduct some 2,340 tests at the BNSI. And these tests, they range from aggregate crushing to testing of the balls for Mega 6, and also not only the Mega 6, but the other double draw. And Madam Chair, we have had over these prices for testing over some 20 years. And I'm signaling to the public and signaling to the private sector that the time has come for us to review our pricing regime as it relates to BNSI laboratory testing. We cannot sit down for 20 years and allow BNSI, which in my view should be self-sufficient in some areas, for us to carry these small prices for testing over 2,340 tests being done on an annual and monthly basis. So I'm just signaling to the private sector and those persons who utilize the wonderful institution that will be coming at you sometime once approved by our cabinet with a price increase for the testing of what I call critical standards, aggregates within our laboratory. BNSI, all the other institutions within the region, they're more than self-sufficient. And these tests are roughly $130 for aggregate crushing testing, $130 for the last 20 years. When you do testing of balls for the Mega 6, it's $74. For double draw, it's $65. These are the same prices that have been going on for the past 20 years in a very lucrative industry. And I don't think we'll be asking anything unfair of those businesses in terms of if we raise our prices. So we're just signaling to you, and I use the opportunity to signal to those businesses that BNSI, once approved by Cabinet, will be coming for a price increase in it, for its services, its critical services. Madam Chair, we're at a delicate stage in both in our industry and within the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector. We came to government in May of 2018, and we recognize that a sector that is vital to both our social and economic survival has been literally left untapped for over 10 years in terms of enhancing the opportunity for small businesses. And we all looked at growth within the small business sector in terms of economic development. But I go to the average man and I touch his or her heart, where some of these persons with wonderful ideas, some of them don't want to export products. They want to utilize their businesses as a means of supporting their families and putting bread on their table. And that touches the heart of the average man. And we as a government, through this ministry, we have provided the opportunity for growth to be retained to this vital sector that we call the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector. And I want to thank the Prime Minister in my wrap-up for her indeed foresight and her vision for launching the trust fund unit and for placing it as one of the priority transformational policies of this government, and it is bearing fruit. I also want to recognize, Madam Chair, that for us to become viable businesses operating in a global world, our standards have to be up to par. I always say countries don't compete, businesses do. All we as countries do is create the policy framework and the atmosphere for our businesses to strive. And indeed, Barbados National Standard Institution, the restructuring efforts that we have started since coming to office have been bearing fruit. And I see it as a key pillar in reviving industry in this country. So as we speak to the three pillars for reviving industry, technology, information and communication technology, and entrepreneurship, which I'm charged with the responsibility for, I am confident that this government, within a 2 to 3 year period, will revive industry. And I'm confident that the member for St. Michael North will come up with a comprehensive industrial policy that will meet the approval of all stakeholders in this country. I also want to recognize the challenges that we've had with insolvency and bankruptcy and companies in this country. And I'm pleased to applaud the efforts of this government in coming up with a re-engineering and revamping and a new bankruptcy and insolvency piece of legislation that will see us dealing with debt for small businesses, sole practitioners. The days are gone when persons will see insolvency and bankruptcy within the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce as a last resort. We have had a number of persons who have volunteered their services as trustees, accountants, to help businesses in this country remain a going concern. And I'm pleased at the efforts of the officers within each department that I have mentioned thus far. Madam Chair, nothing pleases my heart more than to see workers enfranchised and empowered in this country. And this government, within the last few months, took transport board workers and turned them into viable businessmen and women. And we provided the funding that these individuals, men and women, could put bread on their table and to provide a critical service to the development of this country. And when you look at transport within countries, whether developed or developing country, there's close correlation, direct correlation between economic development and efficient and effective transport systems. This government is working. This ministry, members in this ministry, we came to office and we examined every single sector, whether it be public council, whether it be Barbados National Standard Institution, whether it be fund access, whether it be the policy section within the ministry, whether it be the trade. We examine every single sector. And the team within the ministry, they set to work to ensure that the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector is a sector that will take its rightful place again in the social and economic landscape of this country. Entrepreneurship, I will use the phrase, there is a little Silicon Valley going on in this country as it relates to entrepreneurship. There is. The ideas and the skills of our men and women are bearing fruit. And all we have to do as a government is continue on our path to create the policy initiative and to create the fiscal space that our businesses can survive. In closing, Madam Chair, I would want to say to you, for some businesses who see themselves as operating in the international arena, both within the regional markets and extra-regional markets, the time has come for us to review some of the articles within the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. These treaties were in place before the Economic Partnership Agreement and before all the removal of the technical barriers to trade. We have to create the fiscal space for our businesses, for the agricultural sector, and for the manufacturing sector to strive. And Madam Chair, I am certain and I'm confident, looking at the work of this cabinet, that we are on the right path. And I will continue, and I want to compliment the members of my ministry again for the excellent work, those who presented today and yesterday, for the wonderful work they have done in enlightening this country and the Lord Chamber as to what this ministry that we call small business, entrepreneurship, and commerce, to let people know it's not small, it's a very transformative ministry, and that will take Barbados and businesses to a level of competitiveness that we can rub shoulders again, as Kofi Annan used the words, punching above our weight. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister, please ask that the head stand part.
Madam Chair, I beg that Head 89 stand part.
Yeah, he did. Seconder? Question is that Head 89 in the amount of $8,160,129 stand part. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. All honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs, $71,775,745.
Madam Chair, good evening to all. I'd like to ask you please to allow the distinguished staff of the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs to join me here in the room.
So granted. Honourable member, you may give your opening remarks and introduce your team if you so desire, at the end of which I'll ask you to move the head.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish, ma'am, to introduce the members who are here with me, the members of staff who are here with me this evening. Parliamentary Secretary, Honourable Neil Rowe. Madam Permanent Secretary, Ms. Gabrielle Springer. To my left, Mrs. Willett, who is heading up the Welfare Department in the acting position as Director. Dr. Jacqueline Wiltshire, who is acting as Deputy Permanent Secretary. Mr. Andrew Pollard from the Poverty Alleviation Department. Ms. Joan Crawford, Director of the Child Care Board. Ms. Sharon Wilson, Director of the National Assistance Board. Ms. Chandel Aline, who's a Senior Accountant acting. Mr. Wayne Nurse from the National Disabilities Unit. Mrs. Nicole Daniel from the Human Strengthening Department. Ms. Lynn Armstrong from the Director acting from the HIV/AIDS Commission. Mrs. Patricia Boyce from the Gender Affairs Department. And I believe, ma'am, that is it. And these folk are here with me to be able to help us to explain and to justify the funding that is being made available and to assist with the delivery of services and the management of the various departments in the People Empowerment and Elder Affairs area. I would have called the designations of these members, and I would not then waste any time indicating the departments again. But the People Empowerment and Elder Affairs Ministry is one that has a vision to provide a socio-economic environment that will empower all citizens to achieve a sustainable and equitable standard of living, enhance quality life, and inspire full participation in the overall development of the country. It has a mission among things, to empower all members of the society by enhancing and establishing linkages between the communities to improve the well-being of citizens, promote dignity of all, and to lead to a sense of greater community spirit, which we know is really very lacking at this time in our society when we recognize some of the fractures that are taking place, especially with our elderly, our children, the homeless, the disabled, those living with certain diseases, and so on, particularly though the impoverished. And that is the biggest or largest percentage of persons for whom we are catering who really need the extra assistance in helping to lift them from dependence to reach that level of independence, as will be articulated by these distinguished members of staff. We also want in that ministry, ma'am, to promote and provide avenues for sports and culture and to address some of the societal needs. Because if people are impoverished and the children and other members of their families need to get some reinforcement and some support to get food, to get clothing and shelter and so, we need then to hold them and to work with volunteers and others in the society to help them to be able to reach that particular level so that that element of mendicancy can go from them and that dependence can come, independence can fall in line. So we have been developing and implementing policies, programs, protocols to improve the quality of life of these vulnerable people and families, despite their gender, their beliefs, their affiliation, whether it be political or whatever. There's no discrimination when it comes to persons who are a part of this ministry or Barbadians, or even the visitors among us. As you would remember, ma'am, in 2018, October, those visitors who were in Barbados at the university, Washington University in St. Philip, and we made sure that they were secured on Barbados' soil because we recognize that human rights should be accorded to everybody. So we are making sure that our visitors among us, those who are non-nationals living among us, we try our best to make sure that we cater to them and make sure that it is across the board, the services we try to offer, despite the fact that sometimes the funding is not available. Our role too, ma'am, is to help with the reduction of the incidence of child abuse and neglect, and there is quite a lot of that is developing now. The Child Care Board and other agencies working in association or in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and other agencies that have children involved. We are trying our best to see how we can mitigate some of the challenges and to rescue our children from the tentacles of some adults in particular who take advantage of them in a way that I will not describe in this presentation. We also want to integrate opportunities for persons living with disabilities, because it only takes a simple fall sometimes for one to become disabled. To stump a toe when you're diabetic, as you know, ma'am, as a medical practitioner, and then don't pay attention, that could lead to the loss of a foot. Or some other incident may occur. People go horse riding, bicycle riding, and so they may fall, break the back, injure the spinal cord. So disability is sometimes only a wink away for certain people, but we try to ensure that the National Disability Unit plays its part, and that has a collection of other agencies under its umbrella that do extremely excellent work to be able to service those who are in need. We also want to integrate opportunity, I mentioned that, utilize evidence-informed approach to social development programming, because we want to make sure that people are happy and that they're comfortable in the environments in which they survive. And of course, the poverty alleviation and reduction program, coupled with now this human strengthening and social development program, will help to cater to more of our families. Previously, there were 30, and individuals in the Icy Bridge project, and we recognize that the numbers are so large, and we appreciate that the efforts of the department then that looked after the persons in the IC Bridge, those 31 per constituency, it was a pilot. We recognized that our numbers were so large, and therefore that human strengthening project has helped to pull in more. They were working with over 100 of the families, and now this year, because we've been able to arrest the challenges that we experienced before 2018, we are able now to include over another 250 families, as well as to collapse those from the IC Bridge into the project, because that project would have come to its end, and the funding would have gone. So we are trying to work as best as possible with those departments to be able to reach those individuals. We ensure that we work towards, all last year, identifying our most vulnerable families. And our major goal this year is to ensure that all those social workers, not only those working in the various departments in the People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, but the individual social workers across Barbados become first responders. And we recognize that whenever there is a natural disaster, and we are prone to so many things happening, so our vulnerable persons are some of the ones who suffer the most. So you would imagine, ma'am, and members all, when there's bad weather and flooding, there are some senior citizens who cannot get out. So we undertook a project of trying to identify as many individuals living alone, vulnerable persons, especially those of the senior age, to be able to target them so that when the disaster management team comes on board, we are able to say, find Mary Jane who lives in Huddersfield Turning, to be able to go to the households and rescue them just in case they become abandoned as a result of the heavy rains, or the house stop blowing off, or whatever the situation, God forbid, may occur. We believe, and we have sought as well, to work towards not only those 500 vulnerable persons, but the a couple hundred. There were 500 at first, but the number goes up to almost 2,000 most vulnerable families. And while we talk about the population in Barbados not growing, there are some families that have 8 and 10 children still. And because people are unemployed, some of them may have been retrenched. Many of them are lacking in a number of skills that they require to be able to help them to even speak in an interview. ID cards, as simple as it may appear to us, there are many persons who do not understand, and the projects that have been put in place with the IC Bridge and the Human Strengthening Project, and so they have been hand-holding families to be able to bring them to a level where they can apply for jobs. They can go to extend their level of education, because many of them would have been dropouts. But we are seeing a trend in Barbados. We know the Rock Hall situation in St. Philip, but we do have in other communities across the length and breadth of Barbados, families that have 8 and 10 individuals. Some have as many as 15 and 18 persons living in a 2-bedroom house. So they build on a little piece at the back. Sometimes partners are there. Other children come along. And we need to intervene and make sure that we record and put systems in place to empower those families. Because we can't have 4 and 5 girls and 3 and 4 boys at teenage sleeping in the same bed, or sleeping on the ground, as the case has been sometimes, or having little or nothing to eat. And I can speak boldly of what I experienced, having come to this ministry to be a part of the empowerment process, ensuring that I attended a session and I saw most of those persons who are impoverished, majority of them being mothers, and you can look at them and see they really need that kind of intervention to be able to get them to be lifted out of that poverty strangle. We know that the Welfare Department carries out its role. The injection of the $5 million last year has made a tremendous difference in the lives of thousands of clients. And I want to express our gratitude on behalf of this ministry to the Honourable Prime Minister and her team for making sure that first out of the box, those funds were made available to help to be able to reach the most vulnerable of our people. and the distinguished officers here who know their work better than I, because I am not a social worker in the same capacity, but they, as time goes on and the questions come, they will wish to answer to that aspect of it. We have made some tremendous achievements over the past year as well. We were able to start up with the town hall meetings and so on for the establishment of the People's Assemblies, better known as the Thorn Commission. We have had some town hall meetings, and I know I've attended about 4 of the 6 or so of them, and we have seen Barbadians who want to have a stake in their affairs, and they want to be able to help us to shape policy as to the way to go as we go forward to see our Barbados flourish and incorporate people. So people want to be intimately and intricately involved in helping to shape policy and establish certain departments and so in the country. We had the privilege of launching our Elder Affairs component with our centenarians. And last year when we launched, there were 12 who were invited, much alive and kicking, some of them over 101 and 102 years old, and only one could not attend that day. So we were blessed with 11 of them. She could not attend because she fell ill, a touch of the flu, but the website has been launched. I encourage Barbadians to get on board. Every day we're hearing of more centenarians celebrating, and we recognize that it is as a result of perhaps how they were nurtured in their childlike years, and of course the quality of life that they have lived and the kinds of meals that they were able to use that has helped to extend their lives. But the establishment of the Elder Affairs Department in this ministry has given us some tremendous eye-openers, ma'am. We have a lot of elderly persons who require extra care, and therefore the National Assistance Board with the Home Health Department is doing its best. We've been able to launch over 20 sets of activities in communities across the country for those who can still be at home and they're engaged in craft. And ma'am, it would have been a joy for you and other distinguished members here to have witnessed the display of the art and craft and the various skills that those senior persons possess. Sadly, the numbers for the males is not as large as that of the females, but there are a couple males who attend the sessions, and they too are engaged because they can get the opportunity to play their dominoes, that there's nobody at home in the daytime with them, but they take that time. And the communities across Barbados have been blessed with it, and soon we will be able to have a chance to view the exhibition. Some of them have had opportunities for technical. Yes, some of them have had opportunities to be able to, I'll skip that one. I was referring, ma'am, to the technological aspect of things. When the community centers and so were outfitted with computers, many of our senior citizens went and accessed the training, and they made their own postcards, and they were able to send their emails and all that. So we need more of that, because many persons seem to think that as long as you are becoming older or you're entering that elderly department, that you should be discarded. The National Assistance Board is changing that whole outlook around and embracing and helping to empower these individuals. So we have the Joris Dunner Center, that is a daycare facility where both males and females go. We made a visit there, and we've seen excellent work and activities unfolding and helping those persons to live a little longer with their mental faculties intact. Sadly, dementia, Alzheimer's, and other aspects of illnesses are taking over our people, and therefore the National Assistance Board too, they cater to individuals in that particular category. We have plans to update our database. We have had some meetings, some sit-down meetings, some meetings on the phone with other departments, because we believe that synergies with other ministries will help us in this fight. We know that the Ministry of Health is engaged in a component of what we do with the alternative care program. And of course, I would have mentioned her in the past, of that large number of seniors who remain at the hospital because they do not have a home to come to that will be as accommodating for them with their illness if they have an amputation or if they've had a stroke and so on. So the alternative care helps to pick up that slack because not everybody is endowed with funds, especially at this time where we're in their BERT program, and the last administration did not even wink at some of those social issues that were eating away in the communities at the hearts of families and friends. And so we are working together to see how best we can get that alternative care program going. When it comes to the Child Care Board, our director, she will explain even further the excellent work that is happening there. As I said, many of our children are being left and they're abandoned, they're neglected, but the Child Care Board does an excellent job in helping to work with it. We do not have full oversight of our care centers, child care centers. The Ministry of Health, the Fire Service, and the police, they are a part of it, but we've been working with those agencies as well because we believe that if those facilities are to cater to young children, they must meet a standard to ensure that the children are safe, that the numbers of staff members meet the criteria for looking after young children because they're babies from 3 months going up to 3 and 4 years old, and therefore we want to make sure that those environments are safety and that the kind of curriculum that is being offered will help those children to be able to speak well, to interact with each other, and to perform little chores that children will want to perform instead of being shut away in rooms all day long. So we are trying our best to see how we can get it done. We have been working with the Partnership for Peace. These are some young people who have run afoul of the law, and the judiciary is an integral part of it. That would have been happening previously when we are looking to see how best we can get back on board where there are persons who will want to work with those young people and bring them back on stream, because as long as we let them loose, then we're going to see the fractures in our society with the media houses splashing these young men, particularly in the photographs with the wrongdoing. We believe that if we intervene in the early, it will make sense to be able to pull back our young people, particularly our boys, who are the biggest ones that are getting involved, the largest numbers getting involved in negativity. The other one is to do with parenting. We have found that a lot of our parents do not know how to parent. And I believe a lot of it is as a result of us moving away, and I can understand it, from what used to be the extended family units and moving into that nuclear component where it's husband and wife and probably a child or two. And that extended unit, granny, uncle, auntie, and so were there to help to stabilize, to help to bring certain virtues and standards and values to our children. Those are lacking. We have had extensive meetings, and there is a plan already set out for us to be able to go into communities to provide a program for trainers, and already, just 2 weeks ago, the information was given out, and more than 70 persons have volunteered to want to be a part of it, and we're engaging our stakeholders, the churches, private institutions, and other individuals who have a special knack for wanting to see that our children are taken down the straight and narrow path, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael West will want to indicate, and it is correct, to see that they are conforming with the law, that they are respecting God, family, and everybody else, and that they know how to work along with others to be able to bring us into a safe and just society. The National Disabilities Unit, they too are doing their part with the disabled, where the funding that they get, some of it goes towards prostheses, hearing aids, wheelchairs, walkers, and so on, to be able to, yes, and ramps as well, to be able to bring them back on stream in life, that they can roll out, go to church, do the various things that they have to do. Is my time up, ma'am?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, but these officers who have been working, and they are professionals, I must tell you, in their various areas, I am sure that they will then, according to how the questions are directed, they will want to refer to what they have been doing, and they can do it better than I because I am just the conduit through which the policy is being set, but they're the ones who are the professionals who will want to offer the services. I then move, ma'am, that head 35 to the tune of $75,745. I repeat, $71,745,745. Stand back.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank the Honourable Minister and for her presentation and her team for being here to interact with us at this late hour. Madam Chair, if you permit me just for a moment, I was overseas recently, and while there, I saw the news through some medium, I don't recall exactly, maybe social media, and the Honourable Member St. Thomas, the Minister before us, was celebrating or observing 50 years in public service in Barbados. I made a mental note then, I have not forgotten, because I thought on the first public occasion that I got, I would commend her for 50 years of service to the public, sterling service, selfless service to the public of Barbados in various ways. There's some who come to public service, public life, and that's not only political life, and who seek perhaps principally and ultimately to ascend to the heights of the material world. And there are others who obviously, by the way they conduct themselves and the passion they bring to what they do, seek simply to serve and to serve selflessly. And my impression always has been of this Honourable Minister that she has. And there are those who, having ascended to those material heights, all their blandishments are obvious. They make it very evident what success is for them. People like this Honourable Minister, I think, exhibit, above all else, a heart for service and a heart for the poor, and I commend the Honourable Minister. I hope I have not gone overboard on that, but I really do. I really do. Oh, you see these people in fear of me, no one's starting me off. I really do. And I noticed that the ministry is getting an increase of $1 million. And personally, I wish it were more. And I just wonder if, because of the nature of the work for which this ministry is responsible, you take care of our people at the elderly stage of life, you take care of our people at the infancy stage of life, and the society is well gauged by how it treats its elderly and its minors, its children. I wish the money could be more, and I just wonder if there's any program or any area of your program that you would have wanted to be better funded, and this Ministry of Finance that controls the purses would have denied you.
Thank you for your warm sentiment, sir. The Lord is moving in this place. Hallelujah. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it very much. It isn't often that we get kudos when we're living, so I want to thank you very much. Your query is to do with if we could have had more. And yes, while I agree we were asking for more, we understand that there are many other ministries and other agencies that require funding as well, especially that advanced core, the youth advanced core, where our young people are running afoul of the law in a way, and we need to pull them back. And then there are so many things that are impacting on them when they're ignored by their parents, or some person gets them involved in drinking alcohol and getting involved in drugs, and so on. So we understand that the large pie has to be cut up, but we are working with other agencies, international agencies as well, UNICEF and PAHO and others, to be able to help us to be able to deliver some of the services and the programs that we believe will be able to help to make this situation with which we are faced better as the time goes by. But if there was any particular department you were querying, I would allow whichever of the distinguished members here to share the information.
I wasn't querying any particular department. I just wondered if there was some program which the ministry considered to be fairly vital and fairly important, which was not properly or fully funded or not funded at all. But it's all right.
Yeah.
You probably could have asked for some of the money being given to the Ministry of International Business.
No, any asking, sir, will ask for us. I can let you know, though, and our members be aware, and the rest of the public, that one of our biggest challenges will be housing those persons who are homeless, and that is a big problem. And I highly commend those agencies that assist us in this respect. And if you allow me, ma'am, to call Mr. Safri's name, Kimar Safri has been doing an excellent job, and there are other agencies that are assisting, but at a smaller scale. I believe that we need housing, especially now, ma'am, that the numbers are spiraling with the elderly, and some families just do not care. And so if we could find housing for them, to be able to make sure that they get the necessary medication, the meals, the attention they require, all of them are not losing it. If we could get housing to facilitate those who have been evicted, and that is a new thing that's happening in Barbados. Every day, somebody is evicted, and especially with children. Or when it comes to those who lose their property because of land slippage, or to make it even worse, house fire, thank God, once there are no persons losing their lives. But those are some of the biggest problems. And I believe over time, as we work with the Ministry of Housing and Lands and the private sector, I believe that we will be able to come up with some solutions. I believe members are aware that the Lancaster House caters to some families, but it really should be a revolving process. But then if people can't get out, then they remain there for months or for years, and it then puts a halt on the other individuals we will wish to assist. We've got the Clyde-Gollop Center that is filled to the maximum now. All of the residents there are not aged or elderly, but there are some persons who are homeless, or because of whatever falling out there is with the family, they're put out. They too, and it is filled to capacity. And I must say that they too at the Clyde-Gollop Center are doing a fantastic job. We visited 2 months ago. The members there, the workers there, did not know we were coming. And when we saw what transpired there, we were extremely impressed. And my Madam PS is a very straightforward person. So you know, even a little more than I, because she is the professional, I am not. And so we need that kind of injection of funds and support. And I will want to make a call through, if you will allow me, ma'am, for the private sector to come on board and assist us in this fight to be able to find adequate shelter for those elderly in particular, or those displaced men, women, and children who barely need a shelter over their heads. The welfare department does assist with paying some of the rentals, but it cannot do it all because of some landlords who determine, I do not want any person in my house with children. Now, if I have 5 children and my house gets burnt or I get evicted, I have to live somewhere. I can't live on the streets with them because the children suffer more than anybody else. But then there are landlords who say because of the destruction that children bring with them, to destroy the furniture, or break off the windows, or break up the windows, or the knobs off the cupboards, and so that is a challenge. And then you will appreciate that it is not always that welfare is able to get the trenches drawn down on time to be able to put the money in the hands of the landlords at the end of every month. Sometimes it comes per quarter, and the arrangements are there, they've signed the documents and so, but then they agitate, and the threats then go to these most vulnerable people who are living in the houses. Every minute you hear, I hope that the welfare knows that I need my money. And I'm soon going to cut off the water or cut off the light if that is in the package. And that brings another stressor that will impact on the psyche of those persons who are the leaders in the household. So we do need for some rich person to come. And some other persons who know that they have a house and then there's nobody living in it, it is shut off for 2 years and 3 years, to assist us in this fight, because as we have said, no one must be left behind. And we are going to try to work as best as we can to ensure that the empowerment process continues to permeate the entire society.
I don't really have any questions, ma'am. At least not now.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good night to the team from the Ministry of Elder Affairs and People Empowerment, ably led by the Honourable Minister, Member Parliament for St. Thomas, and other colleague, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest. Indeed, this is, it seems to me, a very challenging ministry, but I would say, based on the personalities of those two individuals whom I just mentioned, the honorable members, I think this is quite appropriate for them, and I think the Prime Minister would have been obviously well aware of what she was doing when she made this selection. Madam Chair, I want to, as I look in the estimates, to refer to Program 423, Subprogram 427, which is the Welfare Department. As I was reading, I see there's under number 314, grants to individuals, a sum of some 21,820,000 has been put aside in this year's estimates for this particular area. But when I read the head 314, it tells me this is where provision is made as part of government's poverty alleviation program, and it outlines the various areas which would benefit people in Barbados, clearly indicating that the government has put a system in place to assist persons at the lower echelons of our society who at times find themselves in challenging situations as a result sometimes of the circumstances of life, definitely through no fault of their own. I have interacted with some of these persons in the constituency, which I'm happy to represent, the constituency with the only female name, that of St. Lucie. My question, Madam Chair, and perhaps this may be directed to not necessarily the minister, the officer who's in charge of this department, currently the Welfare Department, what is the criteria or the process by which an officer makes a determination as to whether an individual or family is assisted by the Welfare Department, whether it is in terms of the payment of welfare, of a grant, assistance in some kind, or payment of electricity bill or water bill, you know, rent, anything of this sort. What is the criteria used to determine this, whether that person gets assistance?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of Parliament. I am Lorraine Willett, Acting Chief Welfare Officer. And in response to the question, well, first, everything is means tested. First, the person has to make an application, make a request for the particular service, and through interviews, through home visits, we look at their circumstances, we take information on the entire household, we look at income, we look at expenditure, we look at members of the household who are employed, what their income is, we look at all the bills that they have to pay, we look at social supports. They might be getting assistance from another agency, they might be getting assistance from a relative, a neighbor. So we look at all of that, and then we try to make a determination as to whether or not the person will qualify for the assistance based on what we gather through our interviews and our home visits. The officer would write the report and make a recommendation as to whether or not the person should be granted the assistance. It goes to the senior welfare officer, who would then make the approval as to whether or not that person will be granted the assistance or not. Then the person will be notified or that they would receive the particular assistance.
That's it. My follow-up question would be, because sometimes you have a situation where, and some things have been brought to my attention, and let me be elusively clear. Where persons feel, I represent a constituency where persons have visited from time to time, and based on certain circumstances, which I know as the Member of Parliament, persons feel that there is a lot of subjectivity in spite of all the reporting that is done, that determines at the end of the day what is written on that report, and whether that person gets assistance or not. I want to know if some person senior, after that report is written, and after sometimes correspondence in itself is sent to the department by a Member of Parliament or so, if any sort of investigation is then carried out based on what might be received in the correspondence coming from the Member of Parliament, because people sometimes feel that there's too much subjectivity in the determination as to whether they get help or not.
Sorry, Honourable Member, could you make it a little clearer what you were saying with respect to members of Parliament sending letters?
In other words, some person comes to a Member of Parliament seeking assistance. The matter is referred to the Welfare Department in the form of a letter from the Member of Parliament, who themselves should have done due diligence based on criteria as outlined by the officer. It is determined that this person does not get assistance. What has happened in some instances where a Member of Parliament is aware of the situation that this person is going through, I don't think, Madam Chair, that any Member of Parliament will refer some person who does not need help. And there are real cases. I want to know if, even though you may have a report, and I am trying to be as diplomatic in this as I possibly can be, even though you may have reports coming from the officer in the district, because the senior will look at this report. The senior cannot determine from the distance that they are. Obviously, you trust that what the officer said is correct, but that may not necessarily be so. People feel that they are being victimized or they're not being given assistance, and there are some people in my constituency that feel that way. Let me make it clear. So I want to know if the officer, the senior officer, even up to the point of the chief, because you get certain reports all the time. If they go out in themselves, or they send out any other persons to do independent investigations or assessments before they make the final determination as to whether that person gets assistance or not.
I understood what you said from the beginning, but I'm making it clear for the person who's answering.
Okay, thank you, Minister, for raising the query. I have had quite a large number of calls and letters and WhatsApp messages and so on as to some of the grievances that persons have got as a result of the treatment that they believe that is meted out to them at the welfare department when they go for assistance that causes them to feel less than human. I am not going to be making any case for the welfare officers, except to say that I acknowledge now that I am in there, the mammoth task that they have to pursue, but I believe human dignity is important. And therefore, if there are one or two officers who may not be treating to the requests of members or clients in the way that things should happen, then I believe that I know that should be condemned. But when you look at it again, they're only human beings. I am not a social worker, and when I'm inundated, I sometimes say and do little things that are nuisances, that cause people to rub feathers up their sides. And that there's no excuse for any rudeness or anything to any client, because I came along and I learned that the customer is always right. In the work I was doing, in the stores, wherever the customer is always right. So an element of tolerance. But I know that some of them are burnt out. Burnt out in a way that it startles me that some of them can work 25 and 30 years under that same kind of condition. And we know the spaces in which they're working are limited. There's and that is what we found. The new PS and myself, we came and we found that. And we're looking at how we can reorganize and reformulate whatever is happening there to be able to make it more user-friendly and offer an element of privacy to those clients who come. And all of the offices, the ones in the rural and other communities, there's not that element of privacy where you can go behind a door and sit at a desk and talk to the officers in the way you would like. Other people are all around you, especially if you go to the location that is in Roebuck Street. There's no privacy. They've tried to put up a little curtain, but a curtain can't stop words from coming out, and everybody's ears are pricked to hear. So they've got those kinds of challenges. People come to the welfare department. Some of them are rambunctious and rude. Some bring all kinds of implements. They bring, the day we made a visit there unannounced, a woman came in with a long knife, like Jim Bowie, and it was taken from her at the entrance. I don't know what she was going to do with it, if she had it from home and she wanted to attack a man, I don't know. But at the end of it all, the security guard has to give her back her knife when she's finished. So they are under tremendous threat, and that is the reason why the security guards are there to put an element of control. However, I was onto the work component, and I would wish to say that because, as I said, many of them are burnt out, more so than even some of us, and we go the long hours. If you're doing it 25 and 30 years, it's difficult. And therefore, they have to go to court when there are domestic instances, when there are children who come before them with challenges. They have to do conference calls and the house visits. You have to do house visits for those who cannot get to town. And that is the reason why we're looking at reformulating the whole, or restructuring, let me say, the whole matter of the welfare department. Because if I lose my house tonight by fire, and I had on my nightgown, or my pajamas, if you want to say, when that fire started, there's absolutely nowhere, as according to how the policy seems to be, that you, in your nightgown, with no more clothing, lost your money, lost everything, thankfully you didn't lose your life, that you then have to find some way of getting down to the welfare department to be able to get some assistance for food and bed linen and so on. It is wrong. But it is not something you could change immediately unless the resources are there and there's a proper plan going forward, some kind of strategic plan. We are in the making to be able to ease that kind of situation. I understand and I agree there are many persons who lay complaints for some of the officers, not all, some of them are excellent. And therefore, we will need to work with them because they too need the kind of counseling and nurturing from psychologists, I believe, from preachers, from persons who have the know-how to be able to help to settle them. Because when I go into certain environments, when I'm canvassing, as you would, ma'am, and you see certain conditions in the house, when you get home in the nighttime, that is the only thing that is in your face, despite all the kudos and all the excellent things you would have done on the way during that day. So it is that kind of give and take situation that puts them in that position, and we are willing to work with them to help to be able to let them get the retraining, to help to let them get the opportunity for them to get these social services that are required for them to be able to get to the next level, and to minimize, or I would say to eliminate any stigma or discrimination that may be fed. And the final thing is, in that respect, the day when we visited, there were people who were loud and insulting and cursing. And of course, if you come in and your clothes are not so nice, people say, carry your musty self. That is going to create confusion, and the officers then have to try to mitigate those kinds of situations. I would let Mrs. Willett, who is filling in for our chief welfare officer, make her comments, but the minister is correct in some of the criticisms we hear, but then there are persons who have got it all. They need nothing, but they hear the welfare is given away for free. So they must get at all costs, because they happen to know a Cynthia Ford or Peter Phillips or Mary Jane out there who is somebody upstanding, and they do some strange things. And the only final comment I wish to make, that I would like to see the kind of restructuring take place, is when it comes to the disabled children or disabled individuals. There has been a policy from way back, is it 69? 1969 when welfare was established, where persons at the end of the financial year, because of funding and budgeting and so, persons are taken off the list, and it is re-examined, and then when they are sure, they are added back on. But our disabled are sometimes off for 2 and 3 months, and no funds coming in to be able to help those families. So it is as a result of some of those and the numerous complaints that we are trying our best to see how we can reorganize to be able to ensure that the officers get their day off, to get their training, to get whatever professional hands up that they require, because they're human beings too, and that measures are put in place in the institutions in relation to space, because that location at Weymouth is extremely cramped. Limited space, and when they have to turn out thousands of vouchers, and the work program impacted on them as well, because some of those officers were retrenched. It then means that their caseloads or workloads are heavier, and they then have to juggle my family at home, that my mother is ill, and I'm coming in here and these people are confusing me because they're cursing and carrying on and not behaving. There's so many things that are dynamics are taking place that I would wish for us to, as speedily as we can, we've brought forward a paper and we're looking to see how best cabinet can assist us with it, to see how we could do the restructuring of all the departments and perhaps bring them under one umbrella. I don't know, but we must make sure that we do something with welfare, because that's where the most vulnerable are. And they need the help, and if they don't have food, they're going to be miserable. So I'll let Mrs. Willett please fill in from her professional end, ma'am.
Okay, in response to the question, I accept that our customer service may not always be up to par in some instances, and that there might be 1 or 2 of our workers who might not always, live up to the expectations. But we find that persons who come in with referrals from the MPs, that quite often they come with the mindset that they should not have to go through the means testing, that they should be automatically granted the benefit, and that their case should be fast-tracked, or they should have to wait for an appointment date. They shouldn't have to go through the usual process. They should be dealt with automatically. They should get the assistance straight away. That is our challenge.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Minister, and Acting Chief, for your response. I will come back. I have one more question, though. In relation now to, there are persons from time to time who are being given welfare assistance, and then suddenly they drop off the list, so to speak. the assistance just stops. And they're told, which would very well be a part of the process, that they have to be reassessed, etc. But then they never hear anything further after the supposed reassessment. I would like comments on this in relation to what the reassessment is. How long would a reassessment normally take, really?
Okay. Persons are usually granted assistance, for example, monetary assistance for a period of, say, 3 to 6 months, and it is expected that at the end of that period, they go through a review process to see if their circumstances have changed, if they improve, if it's gotten worse, what's happening with them. At times, that review process might not always take place on time because we are faced with challenges with staff. At present, when we have persons who go on sick leave, persons who are on vacation leave, maternity leave, etc., we're not getting replacements. So sometimes we're not able to complete these reviews in time because the other officers there are working on their own caseloads, and in addition to working on their own caseloads, they're going to be having to pull the slack for these other persons. So sometimes the reviews are not always done in a timely manner because of our staff situation at present.
Thank you. And the other thing is, if I may add a little comment, Minister, if you permit me. From my end as a physician, sometimes there are clients of the welfare that get assistance, for instance, if they are unable to work for some medical reason. And it's not always that the doctor agrees in 6 months that they still cannot work. So in that case, sometimes clients might report to you that they've been knocked off, and they know full well that they are able to actually start back work. So this is just from my end in support of the welfare department. Don't look so puzzled. Okay. Honourable member from St. George North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will want to compliment the Department of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs. I think that the Honourable Minister is really trying to do a good job in this department and this ministry. I want to ask a quick question because I know that it's getting late. I personally do not agree that the welfare department should be asking people to ask your representative to send a letter.
Agreed.
I have fundamental problems with this. I do not think the welfare department should be politicalized, that the welfare department should carry out their training. And I want to first ask, what is the training requirement for a welfare officer? What is the training requirement for a welfare officer? Because I feel, even though a department can send a letter, it should not be the only requirement for that officer. There are people who want work, cannot find work, but at the same time, I think the officer should carry out the assessment, and there should be a time frame. There should be a time frame on this assessment, because a person who is hungry cannot wait 3 months. That's my first question to you.
Minister, I'll just answer briefly, and then Member of Parliament for St. George North. I'll just answer briefly. The Welfare Department does not request letters to be coming from members of Parliament or any politician at all. It is when we go, and that is, in my case, go canvassing, and people indicate, I've got to work so long, and I can't get an appointment, whatever. They say, could you write a letter for me? And that has been the culture of what we've witnessed over the many years. But there is no policy that welfare says, or any welfare officer should be telling anyone, bring a letter from your member of Parliament. That cannot fast track it, Because what I see every day when my colleagues saying to me,
Right.
that it doesn't happen like that. They still have to go to do the assessments in order to make sure that they offer. The process is slow, and we've also made a firm recommendation. We're working towards a hotline, because some people just cannot get there. If they could set up their appointments by the telephone, and then it happens, and as I said, they do make some visits as well, that takes a toll in whatever is happening. And the other final comment, it is the same thing. If you hear that there's an opening at NCC, people go down to NCC, go down to MTW, go down to school meals, they come back and say, the people at the desk tell me, come with a letter from the politician, I can get through. When there's no opening for any, so it is a trend that has developed over the years that is causing people to come because they feel the member of parliament or the candidate has that authority. And once Cynthia says so, it is so, they have to give me the job. That is what I have witnessed over the years, but I don't know if the young colleagues I have seen that as well. But I believe that the welfare officers in their duties should continue to be as professional as possible and don't make any distinction. If it is my child that comes in and has the challenge, because it is my child, I give resources. I believe that the professionalism then will guide them. Unless these people meet the criteria, then we will not be giving until we do the personal assessments, the house visits, and so I must tell you, we have a lot of con men and women who get welfare funds and they end up gambling. They end up cashing the check and buying jewelry, buying eyelashes, those false things that will give them blind eyes anyhow, and doing some very strange things with the funds when they know they should be buying food, giving to the little old lady, giving to the little children, feeding the disabled with it. My only contention with the whole system, the seniors who are suffering, that cannot walk, and that assessment that happens every time at the end of the financial year, where they're then re-added to the list, and the officers cannot get to all of them to ensure that they're much alive, or that those who are walking with the cane because they had a broken leg can again go back out to work and be able to earn a living. And those are some of the challenges they have, and our numbers are not even very large anyhow. And as Mrs. Willett explained, if you fall ill, if your child is ill, you have to take it to the doctor. Any human being is not going to leave their child at home to go to work unless there's somebody who can fill in that void for them. So those are some of the challenges we are getting with it. And I believe that some of them working 25 and 30 and so years, that is an aging population as well. The same thing is happening in the National Assistance Board. The workers are aged, or excuse me, I should say they're getting a little older, and they're having challenges with their limbs. The arthritis is taking a toll on them. So there are a number of dynamics taking place that are impacting on some of the social workers. And as I said, I don't have a brief for them, because if I have to say what I have to say when I have to say it, as a citizen, I will say it, but I'm not going to step on them professionally. The agency that will be managed by the distinguished permanent secretary will have to carry out the duties according to what is assigned to her. But we do have our issues, but it is not always that they are wrong. But if they are disrespectful to the clients, I condemn that. That is not, behavior is not condoned at all.
Ma'am, I recognize that the welfare officer and the office has been doing a good job over the years, I must tell you. But I think that the time frame sometimes takes too long, and many people suffer because of this. I understand that there could be a lot of problems that persons might come to the welfare department who do not really need it. But then there's still a number of persons within the society that really need some help. And that, because as society becomes, well, too large, as you have unemployment, you can have more people coming. So that's why I ask, what is the requirement for training? Do you have ongoing training for these officers to understand what is happening in society? What training do you require?
Okay. Our welfare officers, they come in with a social work degree or degree in psychology. And we usually have ongoing training, whether it's through the training directorate or programs that are organized through our department.
Like how you have training for policemen, training for nurses, and you have some on the line on the job training. Do you have a training for a professional welfare officer? That we want to find out if they are professionally trained to look at the problems that you have in society.
They're trained as social workers?
Yes, as a social worker, we have on-the-job training, or you could just come straight out of university into the job.
No, but part of the social work training, you have to do placement.
Yeah.
And the reason why I ask that is because, from my vantage point here, some people say to me when they go into the office, they are treated very, not professional. I understand the problem that you will have. I understand that problem, but sometimes in society you may have persons who don't even understand what is happening within their village. So the officer sometimes must be lenient, must be understanding, but then the society also have treated the officer badly. So therefore you need to have proper educational program for your society. You must have a lot of radio announcements, you have television announcements, how to conduct yourself. These are things that you need to do ongoing in your society. All right? My final question has to do with the National Assistant Board. This has been a good program over the years, I must tell you. And I want to find out really how many persons you have today on the home health program. How is it working? Because that's a program that was started years ago by the Barbados Labour Party, and we found that it is a good program. I want to find out how many people are actually on the home health at this time in Barbados. Do you have that figures?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of Parliament. My name is Sharon Wilson, the Director of the National Assistance Board. For the statistics for February, we served 1,040 clients in the home care program. And the numbers are going up. I would say about a year ago, we served about 970. So it's been increasing over time. Last year, and 1040 in February.
One of the reports that we get is that there's a high level of absenteeism among the officers. That officers are sent to homes, but in terms of turning up, they might turn up for an hour because they claim that there's no supervision. And I want to find out, how do you supervise if you send out an officer to visit a home and he or she accustomed going to this home? How do you have any supervision here to make sure that the person actually go? Do you do any feedback to ensure that that old lady or old gentleman out there or a person who cannot help themselves get that help?
Well, there are two things. We have a service provider form that when the workers go, they fill out the nature of the task and the time spent. We also have team leaders that go out to meet with the families and also review the forms to ensure that the services are being provided.
For example, I know that in some jurisdictions like Toronto, for example, you have a senior officer will go around on a regular basis to ensure that the client actually gets the service that she's supposed to get and the help, to inspect the home to make sure that the home is clean, to inspect to make sure that the elderly person is getting a feed. Because you see, one of the problems that we have in the health system is this. The reason why health service, this program was introduced in the first place, was to help those persons who have nobody at home with them. And they don't want to go in the hospital, because this is one of the reasons why people will send their elderly person in the hospital and then don't go back for them, because there's no help. So we believe that home health must be the answer to help. And as time goes on, I would like to see an improvement on what has been happening before, so you to alleviate the problems of going into an institution, because there's claim now that we need more room for elderly care. And as the population now is becoming elderly, we have a lopsided skew population, that we have more persons living, we have more centenarians, as the minister said, but we definitely need care. So your department is therefore called to pick up this plaque. And your department must help the situation by doing even better. And you need to cut down on this large number of, what, quote unquote, if it's true, say so, absenteeism, because we hear things.
Yeah, well, we recognize there is absenteeism. We met with the National Union of Public Workers recently, you know, to discuss this matter and to ask them to, you know, work with us, you know, to address, you know, that issue. We also, we are going to do, this financial year, satisfaction surveys, not only client satisfaction, but also worker satisfaction.
Right.
Because we believe we have to do a number of things at the same time. It isn't only one thing. We are introducing a formal appraisal system beginning in April also. So we're hoping with the appraisal system, also with the client satisfaction surveys, and also the worker satisfaction surveys, also working with the union. And we are also going to have training in terms of pensions and gratuities, because we think that is important periodically, because sometimes workers need to understand that high absence, you know, can impact on their benefits when they retire.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
Question is, I do now report to the Honourable Speaker progress and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requested leave to sit again. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the further postponement of the estimates until Monday, the 16th of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that the estimates be postponed until Monday at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The estimates is hereby postponed until Monday morning at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. business. What? Dr. Brown, no? She's aware? Dr. Brown is aware? If she's aware. I know. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, government notice is recommitted.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of a resolution to grant the sum of $8,814,000 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2019-2020 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 15, 2019-2020.
Resume. Order number 18, sir, in the name of the Honourable Leader of the House, to move that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee to consider grant sums of money for the service of this island.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into committee of supply.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
As will you give me? Is it this one?
name of the Honorable Attorney General, to move the passing of resolution to grant the sum of $1,100,082 from the consolidated fund, and to place it at disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2019-2020, as shown in the supplementary estimates number 14 of 2019-2020, which form the schedule to this resolution. Head 20, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I'm sorry. Sorry, Head 29, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, $33,535.
Madam Chair, this sum of money is required by the DPP to pay the staff who have been specially engaged to work with the DPP in getting rid of or resolving the backlog problem we have in our criminal jurisdiction. I've repeatedly said in this chamber, Madam Chair, that we are saddled with a large number of indictable criminal matters in the court, many of which date back to over 10 years. And there are some inherent challenges, Madam, when you consider evidence taken 10, 12, 13 years ago, at a time when the memories of man were fresh, and try to conduct a criminal trial where the burden of proof is on the prosecution and the standard of proof, sir, is beyond a reasonable doubt. We all know that the memories of man grow dim as time passes, and prosecuting a trial to full effectiveness represents a challenge. In some instances, witnesses have died, emigrated. In some instances, claimants no longer wish to pursue the matter because the parties may have reconciled and so on. Now, sir, the practical ramifications of the extent of this backlog is that it clogs up the criminal justice system. Members of this chamber will recollect that up until October of last year, we only had 2 criminal judges. We now have 5 judges sitting in the criminal jurisdiction, but that alone is not sufficient to reduce the backlog. So we took a decision in the last financial year that the DPP would employ an additional strategy of having the oldest of those files reviewed and to take a recommendation as to whether it was appropriate for those cases to be discontinued. But our challenge, Madam Chair, is that our prosecution staff is engaged daily on the business of prosecuting matters in the High Court. The preparation of cases for trial, whether it's a murder, a rape, a firearm, drug case, takes a lot of time. And they would have represented a severe drag on the resources of the Office of the DPP for the existing prosecution staff, the existing prosecutors, in addition to their existing duties, to have to also do that file review. And therefore, we took the decision that we would engage 3 additional attorneys with the requisite amount of experience to do that file review and then make recommendations to the DPP. Now, the Chamber would obviously note that this was a matter that came up in last year's estimates. And we
are only now dealing with this supplementary. The fact is that it took some considerable amount of time to get the individuals that we needed brought on board. And I believe, in the interest of full and frank disclosure, the individuals who were recruited to do this review had to be people of absolutely impeccable character, because their recommendation would determine whether a particular individual is prosecuted or not. And we therefore had to satisfy ourselves that their nature and character was such that the likelihood of them being influenced by the criminal element was virtually non-existent. And therefore, these individuals had to be polygraphed to make sure that the individuals that we were hiring were of the highest caliber and moral fiber. And I am really delighted that we are using the state resources in this kind of way to satisfy ourselves that we are recruiting the finest people for the most sensitive of jobs. The fact, though, is that these individuals have to be paid, and because we were not able to make the full provision for them at the start of the financial year, we're in a situation where we need to find enough resources to complete the payment of their salaries and other requirements of office. This modest amount of money, therefore, is intended to facilitate that. The individuals have begun to work, and I have to say that they're an enthusiastic crop of attorneys. I'm hopeful, sir, that at the end of this contract period, they will see themselves as having a solid interest in prosecution, and that they hopefully will stay on in the public service as prosecutors. We've increased the number of judges, but the increase in the number of prosecutors has not really been commensurate. We've been able to increase the prosecution staff by one. We have ads out now, I believe, to recruit a further number of prosecutors. But the optimum prosecution size for us in Barbados is 15. And we are a few shy of that. And I'm hopeful that once this backlog process is completed, we will have gotten rid of a not insignificant number of cases, and also these individuals would have an interest in staying on to complement the prosecution skills of the government of Barbados. And with those words, I ask that Head 29 stand par.
Question is that Head 29 stand par? No, he needs somebody speaking. Nobody speaking. Question is that we move that the head stand par. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 30, Attorney General, in the sum of $727,547. sum of $977,547. 977,547 dollars.
Under head 30, Madam Chair, two items. One has to do with professional services, specifically under the heading, the subheading of Program 240, the Parliamentary Council. I don't have to tell this chamber that we have been busy over the last year with a significant amount of legislative instruments. But the fact is that the staff of the CPC, as hard as they work, it has been difficult for them to keep pace with what is required of them. Let me explain. Every exemption has to be drafted by the CPC. Every resolution has to be drafted by Chief Parliamentary Council. Every notice, every proclamation, every regulation, and also every statute. So there's a whole raft of things that we don't ordinarily contemplate that have to be drafted by the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Council. Recognizing, sir, from the outset that this administration would have had to set a fairly blistering pace in terms of legislative reforms, new areas for legislation and amendments and so on, I felt it was important that we supplement the services by way of contracting individuals to do drafting for us. Of course, there's a cost to that. Drafting is highly specialized work. It is very painstaking work and very tedious work. I am happy to be able to say that among the individuals that we have doing additional drafting for us is a retired Justice of the Court of Appeal, but more importantly, a former Chief Parliamentary Counsel himself. And he has stepped up to the plate, and they also want to add individuals who have stepped up to the plate to do drafting on behalf of the government. Without them working in tandem with the Chief Parliamentary Council, this Parliament would not have had the benefit of the large number of pieces of legislation that we have had over the last year and before that. The situation, though, is that the vote was exhausted fairly early, and we owe fees to the various draftspeople, and therefore this amount under head 240 is sought to be able to supplement that vote. Under 244 police services, there are a number of issues that came up that now require this supplementary support. Among them, ma'am, the police officers increase in extra duties. There are a large number of things that require police officers to do extra duty, and that extra duty, of course, has to be compensated for. Those extra duties were not, and that's the nature of extra duties, ma'am, additional duties that have to be performed by the members of the Royal Barbados Police Force, and they have to be paid for that. But it's not a precise thing that we can track at the start of a year. There are any number of exigencies that come up and that require this additional work, and we now have to bring those to book and fund those expenditures. In addition to that, there's also police officers acting allowances. As you would know, ma'am, people are taking vacation, there's attrition, people are leaving the force, and we had to promote people to acting positions. Acting positions require additional increments in terms of their salaries, and we therefore need to make provision for that. Special mention must be made to the third subset of the monies being sought, and these are special allowances for officers who were assigned to work in St. Kitts during the period October 2018 and January 31st, 2019. Members might recollect that there was some significant instability in St. Kitts, a spike in murders and various kinds of criminal activity. On that occasion, St. Kitts reached out through the Regional Security Services, the RSS, for additional police support. And that support was requested of the government of Barbados, and we readily agreed that our officers would be allowed to go to St. Kitts to supplement their existing forces. I'm happy to say, ma'am, that as a result of us having those additional Barbadian boots on the ground in St. Kitts, we were able to try to help to stem some of that instability. And I'd like to congratulate them for doing a wonderful job. And while it isn't required here, let me also say that those of our police officers who journey to the Bahamas after their dolorous blow from the hurricane, they also had to receive special duty allowances, but those were already provided for otherwise. The work of the RSS is important to Barbados, and our commitment to it is unfailing. So therefore, the amount of $727,547 is also required for the purpose of covering these police expenditure. I therefore ask that Head 30 stand part.
Question is that Head 30, I'm sorry, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Certainly want to support the request for this vote to provide for the pay of the police officers for the services rendered in various contexts at varied times. Of course, I will repeat what on my feet that I feel we need when circumstances improve to look to the matter of increasing pay levels for police officers, especially those below the level of sergeant. On this occasion, ma'am, I will want to take this opportunity to raise a question as to the Commissioner of Police, and if perhaps the Attorney General could, in as far as is practicable and possible, set the record straight. There's been a noticeable absence of the Commissioner of Police from public events, state-related events, and on other occasions. And one wonders whether it is a matter of some type of normal leave, or whether there are other conditions that might be divulged, which would have precluded him from evidently performing his duties on those occasions to which I refer. I may very well have missed something, and the Commissioner may have been out there, and I didn't notice that, but persons have observed seeming absence. I think myself that I've observed some measure of absence, and just want for some clarity if it is a matter that can be addressed in this public forum.
Madam Chair, let me first of all make it quite clear, as they say, pellucidly clear, that this administration has full confidence in the Commissioner of Police. And there seems to have been the hatchings of a pernicious rumor that the Commissioner of Police has in some way fallen from grace with this administration and was therefore away from duty. Let me make it clear that the Commissioner of Police was on leave for part of last year, vacation leave. He came back out to work, and then for personal reasons sought and obtained permission to be on leave for a further period of time. Those are matters of the officer's personal business, and while I may have some knowledge of what they are, I certainly do not propose to make any disclosure of them in this chamber, any more than the Leader of the Opposition would want me to disclose any particular reason why he may be absent from this chamber for any extended period of time. Members of this chamber Madam Chair, you were on leave for an extended period of time. And therefore, I am happy to say that the Commissioner of Police is back on the job, and he certainly participated. He was present at the national security briefing with the social partnership today, and since coming back to leave, he has taken full control of the Royal Barbados Police Force, and long may that remain.
Thank the honourable member for the explanation. Madam Chair, he made a reference to some pernicious rumors. May I state very clearly that none of those pernicious rumors happen to have fallen on my ears the first time I'm hearing it. I was just honestly asking a question. I was just honestly asking a question in the interest of information, and I did say that is providing the reasons were such as could be publicly addressed in this forum. That is all.
Question is?
Question is that the headstand part, all honourable members in favour, please say aye. All honourable members against, please say nay. He thinks the ayes have it.
We didn't know. You still eat dark.
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $8,814,000 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2019-2020 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 15, 2019-2020, which form the schedule to this resolution.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Head 40, Ministry of Health and Wellness, in the sum of $8,814,000.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is instructive that I remind this chamber that, and as you recall, Madam Chair, that the Barbados Party believes that if we are to preserve stability, which is really our country's major asset, and to transform the nation, we must prioritize the demands on public expenditure. And as you would recall, Madam Chair, in our Covenant of Hope, we articulated 6 areas with respect to priority, but I want to speak in the context of these resolutions before the Standing Finance Committee. That number 1 was to maintain law and order, security, and public safety. And part of the preceding resolution before this chamber speaks to how the government is committed to that primary goal. But number 2 in the Covenant of Hope, Madam Chair, spoke to protecting public health and universal access to health care. Now, this particular resolution before the chamber, and the reason I'm on my feet, and I know that the member for the city will speak after myself, is because in prioritizing the demands on public expenditure, this government, and I want to say that we have done all that we can in this country to stabilize the public finances. And we have done so with absolute discipline, which luckily for this country puts us now in a position, Madam Chair, to respond to what will perhaps soon become a global pandemic, which is COVID-19. And the sums of money that we are now voting to allow the government to respond to this crisis as we seek to prepare, and I know the member for the city will speak more in detail in terms of what the sums will be for. But with our commitment in terms of the order in which we wish to expend the public purse, really speaks to the fact that we came to government with a plan to not just stabilize, but we have done so, which now puts us in the position to be capable of responding to this crisis. Now, Madam Chair, there's still work to be done with respect to being able to build out the infrastructure, but these monies being voted here speaks to the fact that we now have to respond to this global crisis. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, which the Minister will articulate, has already advanced a lot of the surveillance. We have spent most of the last 6 weeks, certainly with respect to our ports of entry, in terms of being able to enhance our surveillance. But we have moved to a stage now today, Madam Chair, where having recorded the first case within CARICOM, and as you know, Madam Chair, for all intents and purposes, for the rest of the world, Jamaica is the Caribbean. And therefore, the impact which we anticipate that we now have to focus squarely on in terms of the context of Barbados. These sums of monies are now to enhance and to improve certainly the physical capacity with respect to the monies that we are now making to the building out of the quarantine centers, the provision or the acquisition, with respect to key supplies and materials to help the government of Barbados, working certainly in conjunction with the private medical community, to be able to ensure that all the necessary resources that we have available can be brought to bear with respect to being able to respond to this crisis. But that said, Madam Chair, it is important that we understand and appreciate that we are now in this position, even though we are at the end of the financial year, that we are now in this position to respond in this way by bringing this supplementary before the Chamber this evening. I know that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition would have received a comprehensive briefing just this morning, and therefore I am sure that he will be very supportive with respect to why we have brought this resolution before the Chamber this evening, which would allow not just the Minister, but certainly the officers within the Ministry of Health and Wellness to be able to move with haste to ensure that Barbados is put in the best possible position, Madam Chair, to surveil, and if a case arises, that it then allows us to be in position to provide the necessary containment mechanisms, such that we can, one, protect not just Barbadians, which we all in this chamber represent, but certainly for all those visitors that visit our shores, that we have the capacity to be able to respond with respect to being able to contain and to minimize certainly the impact with respect to COVID-19. Now, Madam Chair, the impact and certainly with respect to how we want to move forward, obviously the Ministry of Health and Wellness has been enhancing its surveillance efforts, its communications with respect to the public of Barbados, and certainly as we continue to engage all of the leadership across the country, Barbadians obviously will be sensitized with respect to the need to routinely follow the directives with respect to what the Ministry of Health and Wellness will be articulating in terms of the response to the crisis. Whilst we can put all of the protocols in place with respect to being able to respond from a fiscal point of view, and I'm happy that I can stand in this chamber and say that the government has the capacity tonight to respond to what is clearly a global, soon to be a global pandemic, that as we continue to work with the stakeholders, that we give the country the confidence that the government is on top of things, and as things develop, we will continue to monitor and to ensure that persons are kept up to date with respect to what needs to happen. But I want to give this honorable chamber the assurance that as we move forward, and we have started to have discussions, quite frankly, with respect to the International Monetary Fund and our various partners with respect to how we would respond to this crisis. Because at the end of the day, we have to use this opportunity, Madam Chair, to ensure that our entire health care facilities, the system, that it has the resources to be capable not just to deal with COVID-19, but certainly to continue to provide the quality health care that ordinary Barbadians will be expecting to see continued with respect to this process. And so this resolution before the chamber is important because it helps us to ensure that we have the resources available to deal, yes, with COVID-19, but that the ordinary or the regular, delivery of healthcare can continue such that we isolate certainly the healthcare system as much as we can from any deleterious impacts with respect to COVID-19, and therefore put us in a position, obviously, to not just contain, but also to ensure that the system as a whole is not compromised. Now, there will be communications, I'm sure, going forward from the medical professionals with respect to the various stages that we can expect to see a response from. But I want to give the chamber this absolute confidence that the Ministry of Finance will ensure that we have the necessary resources to respond to this crisis. Having said that, Madam Chair, there is an amendment to the resolution which I want to articulate before the chamber, and that speaks to Program 363, the pharmaceutical program, under account code 210, supplies and materials. It currently has a provision of $12,589,589, and the additional supplementary provision is $400,000, which would allow for the drug service to be able to continue for the rest of the financial year with respect to being able to deal with its current obligations. And therefore, I know that as we go forward within the context of the next financial year, we have already started to engage with respect to being able to ensure that to respond to the fact that the global supply chain could have an impact with respect to the decisions being made in some of the major manufacturing centers globally, that certainly the drug service will be in a position, certainly early in the next financial year, to be able to ensure that we have the adequate supplies of pharmaceuticals in advance, so that we have at least 6 months, Madam Chair, with respect to being able to procure the various pharmaceuticals that are typically required for the regular provision of healthcare in the country. And as we move forward, we will continue to monitor, Madam Chair, with respect to not just the equipment which is being requested, and as you will see in the breakdown, the supplementary, 4.74 million is being asked for machinery and equipment, 1.074 million with respect to furniture and fittings, 3 million with respect to supplies and materials, which I will, the Honourable Minister may be able to give specific details as it relates to that. But the resolution speaks to the fact that we have some facilities that we have to respond to, the purchase of ventilators in the event that obviously critical, that persons who are at risk require such equipment, and therefore these sums of monies being asked from the House this evening allows the government and the public institutions that the government will manage to be capable, Madam Chair, of being able to respond to the projected impact that COVID-19 is anticipated to have with respect to the healthcare system in Barbados. I will not go into the wider economic impacts this evening, but I want to say, Madam Chair, that the Ministry of Finance and certainly the rest of the government, we are continuing to monitor to ensure that we can respond otherwise, and at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, we will speak to what are some of those things that we may wish to do in terms of mitigating any potential downside impact that COVID-19 and any declaration of a global pandemic may have on the global economy, how that will have and the anticipated impact for Barbados. We shall respond to at the appropriate time. But the amendment here this evening of the additional $400,000 for the drug service will mean that we are asking the Chamber this evening, Madam Chair, for $9,214,000 as opposed to the $8,814,000 in the original resolution. And so, Madam Chair, I beg to move that Head 86 stand part as amended.
Question is that Head 86 as amended, you're speaking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say a few words in relation to this supplementary, and just to give the assurance that these funds are absolutely necessary to assist this country as we prepare to fight the COVID virus or continue with our preparations. The funds are required because the government of Barbados, through the Ministry of Health and Wellness, recognized that this virus poses a significant threat to the country. And we've been doing a lot of work in terms of preparing preparations for containment, preparations in terms of surveillance, and preparations for if the virus should arrive at our shores. And as I speak, you would recognize the fact that the virus is coming closer and closer to us, and it is now within the single domestic space. And regrettably, as things subside in China, Europe seems to be exploding, and also the United States of America, certainly in some states, with, of course, the city of New York being a worry for us. The spread is now about 34, and that New York City, that's direct flights, and obviously a lot of our nationals are residing there and so on. So we are already looking at this in its entirety, in its totality, and it is a comprehensive response that we are planning. And we recognized very early on that the isolation facility at Enmore, which could accommodate about 6 persons, that was certainly not going to be enough in order to respond to the impact of this virus in any serious and significant way. And although we had established some other quarantine facilities at 2 other locations, even the capacity at those 2 locations did not give us the level of comfort going forward. So the decision was taken to utilize the Harrison Point area, which is the former U.S. Naval facility, which gives us some additional space and space to establish both a quarantine center and an isolation center. And we are in a position now, once we have those up and running, to be able to facilitate several more high-risk patients or persons who are confirmed cases and who are very ill, because the facility at Harrison Point would allow us to be able to treat to several more persons, many more than we are able to do at Enmore. And I'm talking, in this case, of having the capacity to have at least 20, 25 persons on ventilators, and another 30, 32 that would be considered to be serious but not requiring the use of ventilators. And in order for us to have that facility up and running, it requires a lot of technical work, and obviously we are starting from scratch in terms of equipment, in terms of furniture, and so this is the reason why we are asking for this supplementary. The ventilators alone is a fairly expensive bill, and in relation to the other types of equipment and special equipment, airflow equipment and so on, as I'm sure you can appreciate, the sensitivity of this particular issue. We have to provide refrigeration for medicines and drugs and a whole set of things ready to get the facility up to where we want to have it at, and in as short a period of time as possible. Work is ongoing at Harrison's Point, and the contractors are working 24/7, and there are 3 companies working on the project to be able to have it up and running in as short a period of time as possible. So this is the reason why we are requesting the supplementary, and as soon as we are able to get these funds, we will make the necessary purchases, and this is very critical in terms of time, recognizing the fact that these items are getting very scarce on the global market because of the global epidemic, and it is very important for us to be able to secure the equipment that is required in as short a period of time as possible. So with these few words, Madam Chair, I would like to fully give my support to this and hope that we'll be able to get on with the people's business in short order. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Head 86 stand part as amended.
Question is that Head 86 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of 2 money resolutions in Standing Finance Committee, one of which was amended.
Question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of 2 money resolutions, one with amendment in Standing Finance Committee. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Chairman of Committee is reporting the passing of 2 bills in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that these resolutions be read a first time.
Questions that the aforementioned resolutions be read a first time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that these resolutions be read a second time.
Beg second.
The question is that the aforementioned resolutions be read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that these resolutions be now agreed to.
Beg second.
The question is that the aforementioned resolutions be now agreed to. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sit-in. I beg to move that the House be suspended until Monday, the 16th of March at 10 a.m.
Beg the second.
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned, suspended? Be suspended until Monday, the 16th day of March at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until the 16th day of March at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.